Members of Parliament, support staff, TV viewers, radio listeners, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to the continuation of Central Committee meeting number 22 for today, Tuesday, June 10th. At this time, I want to give a special welcome to a minister of the Council of Ministers as we continue with the responses that will be given to the members of Parliament based on our meeting yesterday. So the start of this Central Committee meeting, it is now to the ministers to respond to those questions. The first minister with us here this morning is the Minister Melissa Gomes of the Ministry ECYS, Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. We have established a quorum of several factions here this morning, 4 factions to be exact, and that constitute in a Central Committee meeting with third parties, in this case the third party being a representative of the COM, a minister, Minister Gomes, and thus this meeting can continue with the 4 factions represented in the meeting this morning. So with that establishment, or that being established, I invite you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have a few notices of lateness from members of Parliament. Those members are MP Viren Kotai, MP Shamira Roseberg, MP Otley, and MP, I am making sure and MP Lewis. I was just making sure I had the initials correct. Are there any notifications from the floor at this time? I don't see that being necessary, or still yes, from MP Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'd like to give notice of lateness for MP Duran.
Thank you, MP Iran, and just that it is noted, and if it could also be sent via email, that gives us a better record of the notices, but thank you for making note of it here this morning. And members, ladies and gentlemen, Minister and support staff, our support staff as well, we continue with the discussion on the National Ordinance for the budget for Country St. Maarten for 2025. This ordinance is registered here on the number 185 of this parliamentary year 24-25, and in terms of the incoming document, it is number 1093 of course, this parliamentary year, and it is dated the 23rd of May of this year. As I mentioned, this document that we're handling was received from the government as a draft national ordinance on May the 23rd. We went through at length somewhat, both from the side of the chair as well as the ministers who were present yesterday, in particular the presentation by the Minister of Finance, which we have received, and an elucidation was given as to why we are here today debating a draft budget 2025 when in January the budget of Country St. Maarten, as presented by the government, was approved by the Parliament of St. Maarten, including 7 amendments. So as I mentioned, that elucidation was again provided, and thus we continue with the Central Committee meeting handling of this second budget for 2025. As I mentioned, the meeting was adjourned last night after members had indicated their desire to speak and pose their questions, and we had given the ministers, time to, of course, prepare and answer to these to these questions, and we will be starting with the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, and Ms. Melissa Gums, who is here to start the responses by the Council of Ministers. We started out the meeting with having a sort of a procedure established in terms of how the members would be asking these questions, and the time for members to do so was 60 minutes. And we asked the members, and most complied with following a sequence of ministries in terms of posing their questions. And all of this was just for the efficiency of especially compiling the report of these meetings with questions and the answers by the government. And it is expected, so probably another minister will be joining us shortly, as we would have 2 in the hall at all times. That is the expectation. And again, we look forward to the next minister being present just to meet the quorum of 2 ministers during these debates. But so we continue, and again, thank you, members of parliament, and I now give the floor to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums, to answer the questions regarding her ministry. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good morning to yourself, Rifir, the members of Parliament, those joining us online, and my support staff. I'm joined today by Secretary General Shamina Powell-Richardson and my Policy Advisor, Erin Ellis. With that, I will go right into answering questions posed by MP La Cruz. The MP asked if all MOUs with universities were in place, and if there were any plans to expand those MOUs. He referenced what is happening in Florida and the students there, and if the minister could explain what is the plan. Currently, as I've shared in press briefing and on radio, existing study financing recipients who were negatively impacted by the Florida Board of Governors for Universities' decision to cancel the Latin America Caribbean Scholarship Program are going to receive an out-of-state tuition allowance to cover the increased tuition costs for the duration of their study. Discussions are ongoing with several universities in other states besides Florida, Canada, and the Caribbean region to establish new MOUs. FSU Panama has also confirmed that they will continue the 2+2 program with FSU in Tallahassee, whereby students who earn at least 60 credits with 3.0 GPA at FSU Panama would be eligible for in-state tuition at FSU in Tallahassee. Where it pertains to the immigration challenges being faced by international students, I have urged students and parents to be vigilant and to keep themselves informed of decisions and developments coming out of the current U.S. administration. And there is a session this Thursday with Division Study Financing at 7 p.m. with students and parents who would like to attend and receive information on alternatives that their students can pursue. Question 2, the presentation by Minister of Finance showed that verblijfskosten for ECYS went down. And the answer, Madam Chair Lady, in the draft 2025 budget, expenditure under budget post 412046220 labeled reis en verblijfkosten, travel and accommodation costs has been reduced by 15,000 guilders. This adjustment follows a comprehensive spending analysis conducted during the budget preparation phase. The analysis concluded that maintaining relations with existing MOU partners could effectively continue through email and virtual meetings, a practice widely adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Consequently, it was determined that the allocated budget of 20,000 guilders currently presented would suffice to cover essential travel expenses. Regarding the establishment of new MOU partnerships, it is anticipated, as I have, that I will primarily undertake these engagements, and to accommodate those associated travel requirements, the Minister's own reis en verblijfkosten allocation within my cost center has been increased in the draft 2025 budget before you. Question 3. The MP sent out a letter last week regarding St. Martin Day celebrations and referenced Anguilla Day. Does Minister see a larger St. Maarten Day presence happening for St. Maarten, and where would the funds for this come from? The Ministry of ECYS, Madam Chair Lady, supports the idea of expanding celebrations, including community activities, as seen in Anguilla. I do have to note that the reference letter has not yet been officially received. That said, any expansion of the current celebration would require additional resources beyond the Department of Culture's already limited budget. It's also important to note that St. Maarten Day is a binational celebration with hosting alternating annually between the Dutch and French side. In years when the Collectivité of Sint Maarten hosts, the government of Sint Maarten does not organize parallel public events, though private sector and community celebrations are not restricted from hosting their own activities and parties, which they often do. Challenges such as limited budget and staffing, not poor planning, have actually impacted the scale of activities over the years. However, I would like to remind the MP that we do have our own unique and meaningful way of celebrating Sint Maarten Day, much like other countries have their own way of celebrating their days. Other notable events on both sides of the island include the annual relay race hosted by Sint Maarten Roadrunners, cultural parades, the kite flying competition, local sports events, and the Harley-Davidson ride. And our schools also actively participate in pre-Sint Maarten Day activities, as well as many other events and parties that do take place on or near the date on both sides of the island. Moving on to questions from MP Duran. Question 1, students have come to the MP asking for information how to sign up for the BOP program. He commends the team of the project that has been in place for some time. Is there any room or space to add additional funding to increase the amount of students that can be hired? I thank the MP, through you, Madam Chair Lead, for his acknowledgement of the success of the BOP program. Registration for this program can be done via the Department of Youth's Facebook page. On this page, students can click on the link and register online. Registration for the BOP is only complete when the student has satisfied the additional requirement of submitting a file containing the following documents to the department on a set date and time. And those documents are a cover letter addressed to the Ministry of ECYS, their resume, proof of school enrollment, and copy of a valid passport or ID issued by Civil Registry. Unfortunately, there is no space within the ministry's budget for an increase at this time. However, we will be looking at alternative funding options for initiatives such as this. Question 2. MP presented a motion during the budget 2025 1.0 to safeguard children born late and asked if an update can be provided for this project and will it be in place for August 2025, this coming school year. The current legal framework, Madam Chair Lady, for the admittance of children in primary education indicates that a child can be admitted to school when they are 4 years old. The policy regarding this is that a child can enter on the first day of the month in which they turn 4 years old, provided there's space. As I mentioned in the first Budget 1.0 debate, the proposed amendment that is coming indicates that children who turn 4 after the first school day and ultimately by December 31st can start school on the first day of school. A child that turns 4 after January 1st and ultimately by June 30th can start school on January 1st. Following the 2025 budget debate, we saw an opportunity to amend that incoming legislation, which has actually led to the delay of it coming to the floor of Parliament. And I will expand on this in a later answer to a different question. However, it's our goal to have it in Parliament in Q3 2025. As for the upcoming school year, I have discussed with my cabinet that we will be meeting with Department Education to communicate to the school boards that they're expected to comply with this pending amendment that is coming, as it is already the law that you have to start school at 4. Moving on to questions from MP Lyndon Lewis. What specific steps are being taken to integrate student needs into a fully inclusive education system? Through you, Madam Chair, to the MP, the Ministry is currently engaged in a web-based training initiative focused on inclusive education for educators in primary and secondary schools. This initiative is a component of the Fostering Resilience Learning Project, the FRLP, supported by the Trust Fund. It is currently undergoing the procurement process to select a service provider that meets the necessary criteria for developing the curriculum for this online project. The Ministry of Education is also in the process of finalizing the roadmap towards the full implementation of the special needs policy and the commencement of an assignment towards the development of a framework for school boards to request funding for students with special needs. Question 2. Can you provide details on the timeline and scope for the standardization of student assessments at primary and secondary levels, given the emphasis on lifelong learning? How will the curriculum reform address the needs to adult learners and vocational training? The implementation of standardized assessments in the primary education cycle has begun. In 2023, the introduction of standardized assessments in Group 3 commenced, and in 2025, the implementation of standardized assessments has been expanded to Group 5, with plans of further expansion to Group 7 in the coming years. The implementation of standardized assessments in the secondary cycle has been temporarily put on hold. Question 3, how is the Ministry addressing the staffing shortages and delays in hiring, especially among senior policy staff, which are noted as a risk in the budget? The Ministry recognizes that staffing shortages and hiring delays are posing a significant operational risk. One of the ways that we've taken to address this is by using contracted external experts and consultants to temporarily bridge these capacity gaps. We recognize the need for a review of ministry staff, however, as we must also begin to account for upcoming retirements and potential departures. Question 4. What improvements are expected from the revision of the job classification book, the function book, and the teacher compensation study? The research into the job classification book for teaching personnel is geared towards enhancing the career line of education professionals and for classifying functions that are deemed to necessary functioning of schools, such as human resource and financial functions that are not yet classified in the function book. How will the ministry evaluate the success of implementing education reforms, and will the findings be made public? The ministry will evaluate the success of implementing education reforms by tracking improvements over time. As data collection and management has been a challenge in the ministry for many years, the current development of the Ministry Management Information System, the MMIS, via the Sint Maarten Trust Fund, is expected to contribute significantly in this regard. How does the ministry plan to ensure the long-term sustainability of the youth programs, such as business outreach and placement, and a certified youth participation training initiative? The Ministry of ECYS, Madam Chair Lady, is implementing a range of strategic measures to ensure the long-term sustainability of youth programs by the development and institutionalization of a comprehensive youth mainstreaming strategy and action plan designed to embed youth priorities into national policy making and align youth initiatives. The creation of structured youth-led empowerment, opportunities for youth to engage meaningfully in community development, policy making, and social change initiatives, embedding meaningful youth participation initiatives within the core operations of government, ensuring that young voices are consistently represented, and by the development and execution of a comprehensive youth advocacy strategy. Sorry. What actions are being taken to implement the recommendations from the Early Childhood Development Funding and Policy Review? The ministry submitted the report, Development of a Sustainable and Equitable Funding Model for Daycare and After-School Programs, to the Social Economic Council in 2024, officially requesting policy advice. In February 2025, SARE reviewed the request and delivered its recommendations. Building on those recommendations, the ministry enlisted SOAB this year to assist the Department of Youth. SOAB is tasked with co-developing a comprehensive action plan for early childhood development and after-school programs, including timelines and budget. These steps represent the structured approach taken to implement the review recommendations. Question 8. How does the ministry plan to monitor and report on effectiveness of school sports programs and the use of sports as a tool for health and community engagement? The Department of Sports reports annually on the impact of funds disbursed, with the report issued at the end of each year. This report includes an overview of the funds allocated to various programs, including school sports, as well as the number of athletes impacted. The report forms part of the decision-making process for the following year when new funding requests are being considered. Question 9. How does the ministry plan to ensure the long-term sustainability of inclusive education policy, particularly for students with special needs? The ministry plans to ensure the long-term sustainability of the inclusive education policy by engaging key actors in the development of a phased implementation plan that endeavors to embed the policy in required legal frameworks, train education professions in effective inclusive education practices, provide the required human and required financial resources, and provide the required guidance and support throughout the process. Question 10. What steps are being taken to align vocational and technical education programs with current labor market needs? The ministry is in the process of establishing the Council for Labor and Education, and the ministry facilitates the introduction of new validated programs based on advice from the foundation responsible for the delivery of advanced vocational education programs through its collaborations with the field. However, pending the approval of the ministerial regulation to establish this council, over the summer months, it is my intention to convene several sessions between the Department of Education, the Department of Labor, the Division of Study Financing, as well as representatives from key sectors in our economic market, to begin a review of what specifically the market needs, and then to facilitate an overhaul of the study financing priority list with the information obtained. I must note that this may mean the removal of certain studies from the priority list, or the establishment of quota limits, while others are prioritized and added. This is simply a reality that allows us to navigate within our limited study financing resources. Question 11. How will the ministry monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the implemented summer school policy and the Dutch language improvement strategy? The ministry will evaluate the success of implementing education reforms, as mentioned previously, by tracking improvements over time. As stated previously as well, the current development of the MMIS is expected to contribute significantly in this regard. Question 12. Given a limited budget for legal affairs and education legislation, how will the ministry ensure timely updates and enforcement of new education laws and regulations? The ministry, with the support of the TWO, has engaged a legal technical consultant to support the drafting and amending of key education legislation. Nevertheless, the ministry is dependent on the support of the Legal Affairs Department for the review of said legislation throughout the process of drafting, submitting, and ratifying said legislation. Question 13. What mechanisms are in place to ensure the investments made through the Fostering Resilience Learning Project, the FRLP, and the Child Resilience and Protection Projects, the CRPP, have measurable impacts on students' and teachers' well-being? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the Child Resilience and Protection Project, the CRPP, integrated school safety as a core component, aligning closely with the ongoing efforts of the Student Support Services Division, SSSD, which has led school safety initiatives since 2018. Mechanisms to ensure a measurable impact on students' and teachers' well-being include the adoption of the Comprehensive School Safety Framework, the establishment of a national school safety structure and roadmap, and ongoing training for school staff. Each academic year features a dedicated safety theme, supported by drills and activities that promote awareness and preparedness. Additionally, the consistent monitoring of safety-related threats informs policy and decision-making. These measures foster safe, supportive learning environments, critical for enhancing students' academic performance and the physical, emotional, and psychological well-being of both students and teachers. The FRLP will build on this foundation by reinforcing the focus on resilience and ensuring that investments translate into tangible, sustained improvements in school climate, well-being, and infrastructure. Question 14, I would also like us here in Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, to receive a detailed report on the Prince William Alexander School investigation with a former or the interim, we had a former interim head was displaced pending investigation. The director of the school was also moved by my person. Today I would like to know what is the labor status of the former interim head of the Prince William Alexander School. I acknowledge the MP's question, Madam Chair Lady, through you, and interest in the developments at Prince William Alexander School. The situation at the school was treated with the seriousness it warranted, and the ministry undertook a thorough investigation into the concerns that had been raised. I can confirm that the investigation has since concluded. A synopsis of the findings, excluding confidential HR information, as well as the recommendations, were shared with all relevant authorities and with the staff of the school during a dedicated session convened for this purpose. This was done in the interest of transparency and to support the implementation of the recommended measures for improvement. As it relates to the labor status of the former interim head of the school, as well as the director who was temporarily moved by the MP while he was acting Minister of ECYS, I must respectfully emphasize that these matters fall within the scope of confidential human resource procedures. While I understand the interest in this matter, I am not at liberty to publicly discuss individual employment statuses or personal actions in keeping with established HR protocols and legal obligations. I reiterate the ministry's commitment to ensuring a safe and supportive learning environment at Prince William Alexander School and to addressing all matters of concern through the proper channels. I move on to questions from MP Omar Otley. Question 1, what is being done to increase school security? There are not much school fights right now, but that does not mean that we cannot work on the issues until it starts again. What will be the cost to increase school security? The current security agreement provides 1 security officer in each public elementary schools and 2 at the St. Maarten Vocational Training School. DPE is of the firm belief, Division Public Education, that violence in schools is a symptom of what's happening in our society, and as such, the solution needs to be comprehensive, preventive, and community-driven, addressing both the symptoms and root causes of violence. I am in the process of addressing these concerns with my colleagues, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of VSA, and we hope to have a plan and the cost of such a plan presented or at least prepared during the summer months. Question 2. What are the educational reforms? I'm not seeing anything on educational reforms to ensure St. Maarten the enhancement of our education system. The Ministry of Education, Madam Chair Lady, is currently busy with several education reforms that I have mentioned previously in Parliament and in the public. These include the review of foundation-based education to strengthen the foundation of all students leaving the primary education cycle, the implementation of inclusive special needs education, the introduction of strategies to improve the delivery of the Dutch language, the introduction of standardized assessment throughout the education cycle to better track student progress, provide required mediation, and develop required policy, the introduction of strategies for the enhancement of the teaching profession, the review of the funding of education to ensure that all school types are adequately funded, and the introduction of reforms in higher education with the planned implementation of the higher education law and related delegated legislation. I just want to state as well that reform in itself is a slow process, and once we have the reports of the currently ongoing studies into all these reforms, we will be formulating the recommendations into actionable plans that are sustainable and feasible for the ministry moving forward. Question 3, very important with all the issues going on in America right now, what is the update with students going to the US? What is the plan? There's a hold off of issuing student visas. Madam Chair, Lady, through you to MP Otley, immigration matters are the competency of any sovereign nation. Right now, we have received word from the U.S. Consulate in Curacao that visa appointments are not being accepted. However, I am in touch with the consulate to identify if we could get some additional clarity on this moving forward. As I mentioned, on Thursday, there is a session with Division Study Financing where students and parents who are either US bound or considering their tertiary education are invited to come and learn about alternatives to them that would not ultimately require their departure from the island and options within the region and elsewhere. As Minister, I have advised students and parents consistently to remain up to date with the decisions coming out of the current U.S. administration, as my, and in truth, any country's influence on the immigration policies of another nation are very limited. Students who wish to change their place of study in light of these decisions being made are being accommodated and assisted via SSSD and Division Study Financing. And I have also learned that some students have decided to take a gap year to better assess and evaluate their options. Question 4, what is our plan, especially for those students that attend English-speaking schools? If you're not allowed or not receiving scholarships to go to the States, what are we going to do? Madam Chair Lady, there's been no decision on the ministry's part to stop providing scholarships for US-bound students. However, we have cautioned students and parents to have very honest discussions with one another as to whether or not they would like to continue on to pursue their tertiary education in the United States. Tertiary education is at its core a personal decision that the ministry supports for eligible students via the study financing program. However, students take on the risk of their choice of place of study, school of study, etc. In the event those choices may come with costs that fall outside of what study financing grants, it is also up to those students and their parents and support systems to facilitate and make up that difference. Europe also remains an option, as well as the Caribbean region, for all students exploring tertiary education. Question 5, what are the thoughts of the minister on opening the study list? We have been given a list on what the country would support. Various politicians have sounded this alarm and also said it should be open to allow our students to freely excel in the world. Madam Chair Lady, through you, given the limited financial means of the country, the decision of government has been to prioritize the funding of higher education and advanced vocational education for areas that research indicates are in alignment with local labor market demands. However, there are legal provisions that have been made for talent scholarships to be awarded in the areas of creative arts and sports. Additionally, as I mentioned previously, the decision of what to study is a personal one, and students who are able to pursue opportunities outside of the study financing priority list have always been able to do so. Question 6. Through you, I'd like to ask the minister, how many students do you have attending public school that are considered stateless at this moment? Madam Chair Lady, at this moment, Division Public Education is still collecting this data, and I ask if it's possible to provide it to Parliament in writing prior to the conclusion of this Central Committee meeting. The second question also discusses this, asking for a way forward, so I ask that the same consideration is provided. Question 8, how would this, referencing the earlier questions on undocumented status, how would this affect the educational level of our country? And what if that person does well, graduates high school, but doesn't have the correct documentation to go away to study? It limits our educational level and hinders our level to a high school level. The education system on St. Maarten, Madam Chair Lady, provides ample opportunities for all residents to engage in primary and secondary education. The system also provides avenues for students interested in pursuing higher education degrees or their equivalents by continuing their education in the CAPE and IB programs offered by 2 secondary schools or by continuing their undergraduate education at the University of St. Maarten. In question 9, are there plans in the future to build more schools? St. Maarten is ever growing. When I was minister, we did a review on the population of St. Maarten in a way that we've grown over the past 10 years is astronomical. So let us plan for the future because I do foresee that we will need more schools. Through you, Madam Chair, Lady to MP Otley, according to data from the Division Inspection of ECYS, we can actually confirm that several schools are currently operating below their intended student capacity. As such, there's no immediate necessity to build new schools. Our focus remains on optimizing the use of existing facilities and ensuring quality education within the current infrastructure. Madam Chair, Lady, may I be indulged for a 2-minute adjournment?
Thank you, Minister. Yes, I will adjourn for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And in fact, that will bring us to like 12 o'clock, so we'll adjourn for 7 minutes. Meeting adjourned until 12 p.m. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Gums and support staff, good afternoon. Welcome back after a brief adjournment. We started this morning with the answers by ministers of the Council of Ministers responding to questions posed on the draft budget 2025 by members of Parliament. The first minister to start off this session is Minister Melissa Gums of ECYS, and so we continue with the answers being provided by the minister. However, before I give the floor again to the minister, I just want to make some general remarks regarding this meeting and a reminder that at approximately 1 o'clock, we will be breaking for lunch for, again, about an hour. Later this evening, if we're still going in this meeting, then there will be a brief supper break, and we will try to, for the day, stay no later than 9 o'clock, because by that time, the questions, answers, and so, it just would not be effective to continue until all hours of the night. So that's the intention for the continuation of the meeting. Let me make sure that all information and remarks regarding this meeting, yes, all else has been said, and so I continue and give the floor to Minister Melissa Gums. Minister Gums, you may continue with your answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Moving on to questions from MP York. Question 1, in regards to NSI, the National Sports Institute, the Sports Department, and the St. Maarten Sports Federation, who is responsible for policy and who is responsible for execution regarding the construction of the LB Scott Sports Auditorium this summer? There have been a lot of events planned, scheduled, and they are prone for cancellation because of the construction of the renovations, mainly the flooring and a cooling system, cooling via ways of ECYS and TEAT, and flooring via the NRPB. What is the timeline for these projects, and are the events that are slated for the summer in jeopardy? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the Department of Sport is responsible for policy, while the National Sports Institute is responsible for the management and maintenance of the sports facilities and sports execution on behalf of government. Events are not in jeopardy, as the organizations were informed of the planned works and advised not to plan any events around the summer to avoid cancellations. Regarding the construction schedule, as I communicated to you, Madam Chair Lady, and to MP York, I would prefer to appraise the members of Parliament in a closed-door moment with regards to this particular project in question, as there is information I cannot divulge in this public setting at this moment. Question 2. Who maintains the playgrounds? Does this fall on the sports or the VSA budget? The NSI maintains all the government sport facilities and district courts. If there is a playground in the vicinity of the courts or sports fields, the grounds will be maintained. There are no funds within the budget of the Department of Sport or NSI to maintain the equipment in the playgrounds, as they do not fall under sport. Question 3. Recently, there were 2 points that there has been 2.3 million invested from capital expenditure in sports. Are these investments insured? The facilities are insured under the general insurance of government. However, for the future, we are exploring separating the sport facilities from under that general insurance to ensure that they are properly insured. Funds are made available to NSI for the structural maintenance of the facilities. The MP continues that when he looks at the maintenance budget from the Budget Amendment 2024 and the maintenance budget for the current budget 2025, there's no increase. Can the Minister explain that correlation? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the budget for the Department of Sport has remained the same for a considerable amount of time. Additional funds are indeed needed to be able to increase the maintenance budget of the sports facilities, and as we prepare to revisit the previously proposed contribution from gasoline imports, it's my hope that we will see an improvement to the available funding for sports field and court maintenance. Question 5 also refers to the construction schedule for school gyms and sports facilities. And I repeat my earlier request that the question is acknowledged. However, I would prefer to appraise the members of Parliament in a closed-door moment with regards to this particular project. Moving on to questions from MP Roseberg. The MP has been contacted by parents of several students because of their hair. MP knows it has the Minister's attention, and there was a motion in this regard in January. Can the Minister provide an update on how it is going to tackle the matter regarding hair discrimination in schools? Following the budget debate of Budget 1.0 2025, the Ministry saw an opportunity to incorporate the hair discrimination legislation into the draft supervision of education legislation, which we are aiming to bring to Parliament in Q3 2025. This, of course, required a note of unwijziging, which is now being vetted internally before continuing in the legislative process. And moving on to questions from MP Westcott Williams. Question 1, MP requested an update as well on the hair discrimination motion as was approved during the handling of the budget, and I refer to my previous answer wherein we will bring the draft supervision of education legislation to Parliament by Q3, which will include an amendment to address hair discrimination. Question 2, if any further attention being given to the tertiary education dilemma, being the US decision regarding international students, which includes our own, not only to keep the public informed, but to diligently seek alternatives to be able to propose these to students and upcoming students. As the MP has stated in the past, we need to be closer to the fact that we and our students are European citizens, and what could that mean for our students in different European countries who make up the European Union. The situation in the United States has my attention, as well as that of my Kingdom colleagues in Aruba and Curacao. We will continue to monitor the situation and will continue to engage with those at a Kingdom level as well who may be able to provide guidance on navigating the decisions coming out of the United States, particularly those with a foreign affairs component. Additionally, I am in communication with the U.S. Consulate in Curacao to gauge the consequences of U.S. foreign policy decisions on our students. As I said previously, I've publicly urged students and parents to be aware and remain informed of what is happening, as ultimately it is not within the ministry's control. Regarding alternatives, based on the study financing legislation, recipients must pursue their studies in countries identified as the most effectual or at MOU educational institutions. Effectual entails cost-effective and efficient, whether through scholarships from DUO, other sources, or the schools, alignment with our secondary education system on St. Maarten, considering language of instruction and curriculum, the ability to facilitate guidance and supervision in those countries, and that degrees must be widely recognized and accepted on St. Maarten. As I mentioned previously, there is a session on Thursday at 7 p.m. with Division Study Financing, where alternatives, including the Netherlands and others within the region, will be discussed and provided to current and incoming tertiary education students. And question 3 was not a question from now, but it was a question related to the vaping question asked in the original handling of Budget 2025 1.0. A committee had been established to provide recommendations on tackling the vaping issue in our schools. Since then, the committee has submitted its findings, and we are now in the process of planning a session with our colleagues in VSA and TEAT to review the findings and recommendations and identify a feasible way forward. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I am at the end of the questions received thus far in the Central Committee meeting, and I thank you and the members of Parliament.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for those answers to questions posed by members of Parliament. And members of Parliament, you have the possibility now to briefly add any questions that you might have overlooked in your previous submission of questions, or a clarification to an answer given by the Minister. And I already see that several MPs wish to make use of that possibility, starting with MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to Griffier, my colleague MPs, the Honourable Minister, support staff, those in the Tribune, and those viewing via whichever media. Just a clarification, Minister, through you, Madam Chair. As you answered the question from MP Duran with the 4-year-old and allowing them to go to school and how that would apply for the coming school year, is the same approach also, are you also able to do the same approach when it comes to the hair discrimination? So seeing that we're getting it in Q3, as mentioned, that we can already let the schools know this is coming, so for the coming school year that we can ensure that they don't discriminate the children based on their hair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Waver. MP Webster, Janssen Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning. Good morning to the Minister, her support staff, my colleagues, and people listening in the Tribune. My follow-up is on what the Minister mentioned about the vaping, and I would therefore like to know just a timeline. When will the minister meet with the other ministers? Because as chair of the VSA committee, the health committee here, we have had a very good meeting in Parliament regarding vaping and trying to see how we can change the laws, the tobacco laws. And so we have sent a letter to all 3 ministers, and we have not received a reply as yet. And it's exactly what the minister mentioned just now, that the 3 ministers have to meet and then get back to us. And that's why I'm asking for a timeline of when can Parliament expect to hear back from the ministers on this, because we still see vape being sold right there by the cash registers in the supermarkets. We see online and everywhere the health effects that it can have on our children, and therefore we wanted to look at how we can amend the tobacco laws. So timeline, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen Webster, for asking for that matter to be clarified. As you would know, the matter of vaping has had my attention, concern, and writings, etc., to the government and the different ministries for some years now, actually. And in my view, it's only getting worse. So thank you for bringing that up in connection with the answer given. And I now give the floor to the next speaker, MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to my fellow colleagues, Grafir, the Minister support staff, everyone listening, and nobody to the Tribune. Minister, you made mention, there was a question posed about, being able to travel more and going to different schools to create different MOUs. And I think COVID showed us that you don't necessarily have to meet in person to create these relationships. You could do these things online, webinars, etc., which is more efficient and cost saving as well. And in doing so, I know you mentioned that more trade schools need to be looked into having MOUs, things that actually are going to add value to the future of education. I just read something a couple of days ago saying 60% of college graduates don't get jobs in their fields, which we already know. So definitely learning a skill, coding, all kind of different things other than business management. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's kind of, general. I studied business management myself, and I could do it again. I would definitely take a trade, so keep that in mind. It was made mention that schools' fights are down, which is a great thing. So I want to know if anything was done structurally, if any changes was made. If so, obviously kudos and keep that up. And that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. Allow me, Minister, before I give you back the floor, to just briefly not add questions. And let me allow MP Doran, who has asked for the floor. MP Doran, you want to react to the minister's answers. You have the opportunity to do so now. MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the minister, support staff. A special good morning to the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair Lady, I have a point with regards to the whole BOP program. I'm glad that the minister addressed, firstly, the one with the children that are making 4. My point was that I'm not hearing it loud enough in the community, but the minister stated that they are busy in the background, and meetings will take place in that regard, which is quite comforting for me. And I would advise then those parents that reach out to me to address it with their school boards. Also, if the minister can provide a list of the school boards when the meetings are had, so that can be clear in terms of their sentiments on the whole situation. With regards to the BOP program, the minister stated through you, Madam Chair, that there's no budget available, but not, in my opinion, it wasn't properly motivated. I've seen, as government, they've gotten funds from all over the place, whether the budget was approved or not, and sorry to say, Soul Beach is one of those examples. So I think maybe a 50,000 guilders can be scratched from somewhere in order to allow maybe an extra 50 students to get an opportunity, because the students don't only depend on it for job experience, but they depend on it to actually have some sort of income in the summer as well. So I would like that to be looked at. If not, then I will just come with a budget amendment, and I hope that we can avoid that for efficiency purposes. And Madam Chair, I heard MP Labega talk about school fights being down, which I'm glad, because I saw that the ministry introduced the whole school busing camera system and controls. One of my concerns is I received a very disturbing video last night where, not about a school fight, but violence in general involving a member of parliament and actually a member of the party for the minister. So for me, Madam Chair, I would like to know what is the minister's views on these things, because violence anywhere is a problem, and we cannot have members of parliament that are supposed to be vote bill funksies, which we all have to keep ourselves in check, acting in this manner, and I find it quite unfortunate. So I would like the minister's views on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP York, you have the possibility to react to the minister's answers or pose any additional questions you may have at this time, as we had agreed that would be the case. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Minister and her support staff. Good morning, honorable colleagues and the viewing public. Minister, just one clarification. In your answers, as it referred to the, as the Minister referred to the former interim head of the PWAS, the Minister said that the report of the investigation was shared with all relevant stakeholders. Now, I know that when other ministers come to this House, they refer to Parliament as a stakeholder. So I would like to know from the Minister herself, through you, Madam Chair, does she refer to consider Parliament a stakeholder? Thank you.
Thank you, MP York, for those questions. I now give the floor to MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair, Lady Griffith, the Minister and her support staff, my fellow colleagues, and those watching on all social media platforms. Madam Chair, Lady, I heard the Minister mention concerning the celebration of St. Martin's Day, and that we have our unique way of celebrating it, and that she has also not received the letter that I sent in as yet. I send it directly to the Minister. So I would like if the Minister would give me her feedback on it while we're here today, then I know how to move forward. As I send it to her directly, seeing that it did not reach her office as yet. Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz. MP Irion, you have the opportunity now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on the good afternoon, all. Thank you, Honourable Minister of ECYS, for your answers. Just following up on the question posed by and statement posed by MP Duran. In my case, for example, I received a message from a student because last week was Taldorp at Sundial, which I helped, and the student basically said, "Hey, we received this in a group chat, and you always want us to respect all you, but all you doing it all yourself." Basically referring to the incident that MP Duran mentioned. So I would also like to know for myself, like, how do I respond, or what do I respond to the student? Wait, and if I could have, let's say, an answer from the Minister, and I could even sit in the floor of Parliament, because the students are watching, on how we should respond to these incidents, to these students involving MPs. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. Minister, you have heard several questions from members of Parliament, and I just wanted to add briefly to those. I want to commend you, Minister, for basically staying on top of the issue of our students, and especially because of and in connection with the policy changes that continue to come from the United States with respect to international students, amongst which we all have taken note of the information evening. And I would really encourage your ministry officials, to think outside of the box in terms of coming up with possibilities. I think in this digital age, the possibilities for our students are greater than when the law was drafted and, based on the connection, the ansluiting with our educational system and some of the things that you mentioned, Minister. So thanks again for having that evening of information. and staying on top of the matter. I want to also react to the matter that I just briefly alluded to earlier, and that is the response with respect to government's actions in connection with the vaping issue that we have on St. Martin and basically throughout the world. And I have taken note of the comment that the report is ready and that now the ministerial committees or committee will meet. And I would like to know, Minister, if you have any, I'm sure there is going to be hopefully only a small cost involved with whatever measures, be it awareness, whatever. There will probably be a cost involved. And in the report is any type of a budget mention. And if it is ahead of the discussions yet to take place, which I understand will happen, could a ballpark figure be given what it will cost for us to start or even attempt to address the matter of vaping? So could that ballpark figure be provided? And then, Minister, I mentioned yesterday and that I would like every minister to respond to the matters raised in the meetings handling the first 2025 budget. So the answers provided in those central committee meetings that could not have been further expounded on at the time. And granted, this had just taken office, so a lot of things were, I have to look into it. I will come back on it. We have a report, etc., etc. What I have done since my question regarding those issues yesterday, I have summarized what the issues are that in my view and based on my factions questions back then could use a follow-up. So I have now summarized them, and most of them off the top of my head you have responded to, but I would ask of your ministry to look at those written questions. You might have received it or maybe just not yet. Just peruse them and ensure that they all have been addressed. But from my recollection, without going back into my own written questions of yesterday, that you have answered most of them. But if that could be, please check. And then, Minister, I want to go to the matter of the scholarships and the scholarship list. And thank you for your response with respect to that. And Minister, I hear and appreciate the move or the opening even further of the possibility for areas under the orange economy to fall under the possibility for those to fall under talent scholarships. I know, and if the minister can confirm, whether on the latest regular scholarship listing, matters like theater, visual, creative, and festival arts specialists, which were on the regular scholarship list, if that is still the case in the most recent regular scholarship list, is my question. And if they are, is it the government's intention to take that portion from the regular scholarship list and basically expand the talent scholarship list? Because to me, these areas as mentioned in the regular scholarship list could very much fall under the talent scholarship listing. So if the minister can give her views on those specific areas, and as I mentioned, these are on, or they were until recently, on the regular scholarship list: theater, visual, creative, and festival arts specialists. And then, Minister, I think with those brief additions, you have the opportunity now to respond or indicate the time you would need to go into the matters raised since your answers, your first set of answers. I will adjourn for 4 minutes as we caucus, as the minister caucus, and we caucus with the minister about continuation of her part. Meeting adjourned for 4 minutes. Afternoon, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We continue with our meeting, our central committee meeting. The Minister of ECYS, who has received a few additional questions, and she will be back with the answers to those questions following our break for lunch. However, before we break for lunch, we will allow the Minister of VSA to now provide his answers to questions by members of Parliament, and thereafter we shall break for lunch. So thank you, Minister Melissa Gums of ECYS and your support staff. And again, I need a 2-minute adjournment as we allow the ministers to change shifts. So meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We continue now as the ministers changed seats, and we now have the minister to respond to questions of the members of Parliament, and that minister being Minister Richnel Brug of VSA, Public Health, Social Development and Labour. Minister, I invite you to take the floor in answering the questions posed by members of Parliament. Minister Brug, you have the floor.
Blessed afternoon, members of Parliament, support staff, persons in the Tribune, people in St. Maarten listening through the different media. Blessings. I will now start by answering the question posed in the Central Committee meeting. I'll first start with questions posed by MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, what are the court cases that were pending? Which ones were lost? And what has been the financial cost to the country? Are there any ongoing cases? If this information is not provided by other ministers, can it be obtained through the Minister of Finance? Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lady, in order to adequately answer this question regarding the court cases, I would need to do some research. However, based on information readily available, there are 3 ongoing cases. Another was resolved recently, and as it pertains to the cost involved, I would really need to check with the Minister of Finance pertaining to this. Next question. Currently, foster parents receive a stipend of 240 guilders. How can the ministry ensure that foster parents are properly compensated for the important role they play? Through which channels can this amount be increased? Would a budget amendment be a viable option to achieve this? The Ministry of Justice oversees payment to foster parents in St. Maarten, not VSA. A report prepared by the HPS consultant in 2010 highlighted that the current amount does not match the actual child care costs, and it should be increased. When it comes to the option of a budget amendment, for this particular question, I would like to refer this to the Honorable Minister of Justice. Following question. For a disease that is incurable, why must the patient be sent abroad every month just to receive the same medication? Without referring to any specific incurable disease, it is difficult to give a complete answer. However, I fully understand why this would raise concern for any patient and their loved ones. In general, there are several reasons why a patient with an incurable disease might still need to travel abroad regularly to receive the same medication. On the island, the most common reason are that the treatment required specialized equipment, 2, expertise, 3, or that the tests and treatments are only available in certified treatment centers. That said, I do agree that when patient's conditions is stable and treatment is repetitive, the aim should be to reduce unnecessary travel, both to ease the burden of the patient and to lower the cost of healthcare. Following question, which cost-cutting measures and revenue-generating measures were implemented in the last year? One of the cost-saving measures I have implemented in my ministry is reducing travel to only when absolutely necessary and then to those persons who are absolutely required to attend. This allows for each guilder to be better utilized and produce a better result for the country. For example, the ILO Convention in Geneva. Given that there was no mandatory requirement to attend this year, I made the decision to cancel this travel. The total cost saved was an estimated 100,000 guilders. But cost saving alone is the only thing that, but cost saving alone is the, okay. Thank you. Okay. But cost saving alone is not the only thing that the ministry is looking into. We are also assessing the possibility of increasing revenues through potentially increasing the cost associated with permits while also potentially adding new fees where previously there were none, thereby generating new revenue streams. As mentioned, at the same time, we know that compliance is an important factor to ensure revenue is generated. And so the ministry, with the assistance of the TWO, are currently in process of strengthening the Inspectorate of VSA to better execute their tasks, while also assessing the functioning and structure of the department to ensure optimal performance. Those were the questions from MP La Cruz. I will now continue with the questions from MP Duran. Has the ministry considered support measures for vulnerable families? What forms of assistance are being prepared by government for them in anticipation of a potential natural disaster? The ministry is capable of implementing both a voucher program and a shelter program if needed in case of a potential natural disaster. The following question: have the shelter been inspected and adequately prepared for a potential natural disaster? The shelter were inspected. The inspections commenced on Monday, May 26, through a collaboration effort with and involving VROMI. The official report is expected to be submitted by the end of this week. Following question: $2.6 million was allocated for mental health care regulation, and the establishment of a national healthcare professional register. What has been accomplished since the funds were received? What is the timeline for implementation? How does the ministry ensure that local professionals and not only external consultants are actively involved in this process? What is the ministry's vision on these matters, and can he explain how he plans to achieve these goals? Myself. I am happy to confirm that these funds have indeed been allocated and are designated for 3 projects. 1, mental health reform. 2, establishing a health registry. And 3, the reformation of VSA Inspectorate. The implementation is in its early stage, and to date, the following has been realized. The department have initiated the procurement process for these projects, and the tenders for the various components have been published. The department is currently in the process of conducting interviews with individuals and entities who have responded to these tenders. During the interviews, the team will assess technical capacity and alignment with the project objective. These preparatory steps are essential to ensure that the selected consultants are qualified to deliver quality outcomes in line with the ministry's priority. The projects are projected to be finalized in 2027. As per the plan of approach approved by TWO, after the procurement process has been finalized and the consultant contracted, they will be responsible for developing a detailed plan in collaboration with the ministry. I fully agree that local ownership and involvement are essential to the success of these projects. It is for this reason that I have personally put out press release addressing this issue, sharing employment opportunity with our locals and engaging locals and encouraging locals to apply for employment opportunities. The tender documents were deliberately published with the intention of attracting response from local individuals and entities to submit proposals and participate in the process. I am committed to ensuring that local professionals are involved in every stage of projects executed in this ministry. And where external consultants are engaged, their role will be, where possible, strictly limited to the technical advisors and capacity builders. This with the intention to transfer knowledge and strengthening local capacity. My vision is to build a resilient, high-quality, and financially stable health system, financially sustainable health system that is founded on strong governance, skilled professionals, and improved service targeted to the needs of the population. I plan to do this by continuing what I've already started. Following question by MP Duran. While the minister has committed to providing transparency, can he specify how the grant funds are being spent, including the deliverables, milestones, and which agencies or consultants are carrying out the work? I can make this information available once the tender process is finalized and the proposed consultants have been approved in COM and the work has commenced. Following question by MP Duran. In May, the ministry launched the campaign, "It's okay not to be okay." What kind of support is in place for those who came forward and shared their struggles? Were there any long-term services, referrals, or any follow-up activities as a result of this campaign? This project started in May and will run at least until December 2025. We are currently in the process of receiving assessment from each organization we have partnered with in the month of May to be able to assess the data and make different policies and make better policy decisions moving forward. One organization has indicated in their assessment report that they have individuals that have came forward requesting assistance. These individuals were personally referred to a network of trusted counselors, pastors, and mental health professionals for follow-up care. In addition, access both group and individual. In addition, access to both group and individual therapy sessions for those who opt to continue support was provided. Following question, also MP Duran. How is the minister ensuring that the awareness campaign are effectively translated into real, consistent access to mental health support across the island at this moment? This is being carried out in collaboration with Mental Health Foundation. Based on a possible increase in individuals seeking help, This will also be incorporated into the Timbus strategic plan. Following question: what initiatives have already commenced under the agreement with Timbus? Which components are currently in motion? And how is the ministry ensuring that the approach remains tailored to the specific need of our local community rather than solely relying on external models? Under the agreement with Timbus, several initiatives have been launched to ensure the further development of a 10-year national mental health strategic plan that reflects the reality and need of St. Maarten. To date, multiple engagements have been held with stakeholders in order to get a critical input to further tailor and design the strategy. They have also organized multiple workshops, including the most recent session focusing on the sensitizing healthcare workers to experiencing mental health service delivery from the patient's perspective. Also, the first in a series of multiple governance workshops was held specifically for the Ministry of VSA, aimed at strengthening leadership and coordination in mental health policy and service delivery. In May, the minister publicly reminded businesses to adhere to the proper labor protocols during layoffs and restructuring. Is the ministry conducting any checks on these companies to see that they are actually complying? Are workers being contacted and given easy access to report certain violations? What is the current state of affairs to make sure that violations are being addressed and that workers are treated fairly? Thank you for bringing attention to this press release. The message was especially intended to inform and support anyone who may find themselves in a similar situation. The goal is to ensure clarity on the options available to all parties, as well the role, possibilities, and limitations of the Ministry of VSA in such matters. Employees are warmly encouraged to visit the Division of Labor Affairs and Social Services to seek guidance, gather information, and if necessary, file a labor complaint. According to internal procedures, if mediation does not result in a resolution, employees have the right to seek legal counsel. Where applicable, partial costs of the legal assistance can be covered by the government of St. Maarten through the legal aid program, the Yellow Card. In such case, employees are referred to social services and their legal aid applications will be prioritized. All workers have the right to request mediation in the case of labor-related disputes. Should any form of retaliation occur during this process, employees are encouraged to report the matter to the ministry directly. Furthermore, becoming a member of a workers' union can provide additional protection and advocacy, helping employees navigate workplace challenges more effectively. Those were the questions for MP Duran. I will now continue with the question from MP Lewis. MP Lewis, with regard to the Commission reference in the VSA notes concerning the Zorg fundings, the Zorg Fundsen, when will this commission be put in place? Who will be part of this commission? Who will oversee this commission? How much will this commission cost? Why is a commission being implemented when the problem regarding the ZORG fundings have already been identified? The answer. A work group consisting of representatives of the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of VSA, and SZV was formed and is managed by the consultant hired to manage the Saha. All the fees pertaining to this project are currently funded through the TWAO project. The work group's responsibilities are not limited to assessing the problem, but also identifying solutions to improve the funds. That was all the questions from MP Lewis. I'll now continue with the questions from MP Otley. What are your plans for SZV, considering reported losses of between 19 to 26 million for this year? With regard to the financial position of SZV, one cannot deny the structural deficit gap between income and expenses. In the healthcare sector, including amongst others, the aging population, technological development, cost of healthcare increased faster than the income through healthcare premiums, the loss of jobs due to natural disaster, Hurricane Irma and Maria, and the pandemic COVID-19. And note must also be taken that the financial situation of SZV has been brought to the attention of government for over a decade. Some key actions that are currently being implemented are more medical specialists have been hired to help reduce the number of referrals abroad. Referral procedures have been adjusted to make the process more effectively and ensure that patients ready for travel meet set regulations. SZV has transitioned from card to cardless. SZV has improved the efficiency of services by automating their procedures. SZV is facilitating the implementation of a health information system with key healthcare players like GPs, general practitioners, and pharmacy systems, and is developing a health information number. SZV has conducted audit on healthcare providers to ensure compliance with established billing procedures. SZV has implemented an increase in wage limit for the ZV funds. And as mentioned before, when it comes to my vision, along with the ministries, we are looking at a holistic approach as it pertains to healthcare on St. Maarten. Following question, what is the current update with regard to the NHI? When can we expect it to be returned from SER? Since taking office, we've had 2 meetings regarding NHI. The first meeting was regarding the concept of NHI. Of course, these meetings was with the SER. And the second meeting was about the financial and potential implication of NHI, which are currently still under review by the SER. I would like to take this moment to publicly thank the SER for the way that they've been handling these documents, because they have decided that they are going to organize extra meetings in order to finalize this process so that it can be presented to the ministry within the next couple of months. So I'd like to thank once again the members of the SER for going the extra mile to ensure that this draft legislation will come to an end soon, or to implementation soon, hopefully, with the approval of the members of parliament when it gets to that stage. Following question, is the health levy still on the VSA? Can you provide an update on the revenue-generating measures that is seen in the budget, the health levy? Is it back from the SEER? What was the feedback? And when can we expect the debate to start on this legislation? While this proposal was initially submitted by the Minister of VSA to the SEER for advice, officially it falls within the responsibility of the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance is currently incorporating SEER's remarks in the draft legislation and will be sending it to the Legal Affairs to be forwarded to the Council of Advice thereafter. Any additional question pertaining to this particular draft legislation can be addressed to the Minister of Finance. How much is available in the 2025 for incidental subsidy for mental health? Although incidental subsidies are not assigned a fixed budget, as doing so would suggest that the activities are pre-planned, there is an overall budget available for projects and activities. Given that mental health is a priority area, any eligible projects that requires incidental funding can be supported from this broader allocation. Following question, what is the update on the mental health master plan? Have you made contact with the Prime Minister to request the master plan from the NRPB, in which they stated you can only get it from the Prime Minister? This is also a question from the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP York. So allow me to answer both persons at the same time. I've had several conversations with members of Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, regarding the mental health project and other projects that directly or indirectly falls within my purview. As Minister responsible for the mental health project, it is not my intention to go through no minister to request any files. In particular, a master schedule that should have been in the possession of my ministry from day one. As it relates to an update on this matter, I can inform members of Parliament that last week we had a World Bank mission on the mental health project. While this mission was extremely heated at times, I must say that it was, in my view, a first step to a better, more open, and transparent working relationship with NRPB. Clarity was provided by both NRPB and World Bank on a number of matters. Agreements were made to have monthly meetings between myself, World Bank, the Ministry, and NRPB. In addition, NRPB has agreed to work much closer with representatives of the Ministry and provide full transparency as it relates to any and all files. During this mission, it became clear that certain information still has to be added to the master schedule. Once this is done, this file will be shared with the Ministry. Personally, I feel that NRPB understood very clearly where I, as a minister, stand as it relates to this project. My cabinet and I also made all efforts to convey to NRPB that if NRPB fails, I, as a minister, fail the community of St. Maarten. And with regard to this project, I will ensure that the ministry does its part to support the NRPB in successfully completing the project and in mitigating any further delays, providing that all parties remain open and transparent. I do not foresee any other communication problems moving forward due to the direct line established with World Bank, project leader, the TTL of the project, and also due to the monthly meeting we will be having with World Bank. The following question: regarding the new elderly initiative, do you intend to launch it as a pilot project? What is your ultimate goal with this initiative? Will new legislation be developed, or will existing laws be amended specifically to support your approach? If the Member of Parliament is referring to the free gun food pilot that has currently started, the aim is to cater to all the senior citizens who are already on the waiting list of the foundation, which at the time was about 60 persons. The intention is to increase the limit to 100 persons, as we expect more seniors to reach out to the foundation for assistance for the upcoming 3 months. During this period, together with the Free Gun Food Foundation, we will analyze the data to see how we can move forward structurally based on the needs of our seniors. Following question: a policy was introduced by the Council of Ministers to increase the amount of financial aid provided to senior citizens. What is the current status of this policy? Are you aware of it? Will you look into whether this financial aid will also be indexed in line with the recent increase in the minimum wage? Additionally, will an assessment be conducted to evaluate the potential impact these adjustments will have on the national budget moving forward? The Council of Ministers rendered a decision to increase the spending power for seniors. This decision, registered under COM 160424, in reviewing said decision, it became evident that to be able to execute in accordance with proper governance principle, it was necessary to consult the Department of Social Development, Staff Bureau, and Social Services. All decisions should be captured along the line of equitability. Increasing the spending power of all vulnerable groups is important, therefore not only for seniors. I have, however, held a number of meetings with the Department of Social Development and Staff Bureau on the draft financial aid LBHAM that was created by the department. Based on a thorough review, the draft LBHAM, as presented and calculations made, it was determined that the proposed increase would not be financially sustainable for Country St. Maarten at this point in time. As a result, I instructed the ministry in March to go back to the drawing board and to provide an adjusted financial formula that would increase the amount of financial aid for recipients, not only senior citizens, in a sustainable and financially responsible manner. The ministry is currently busy finalizing a new draft LBHAM and an advice to be presented to my person and thereafter to be submitted to the SER for review. Following question: what is the update on the legislative trajectory to create an LVO for the ambulance and personnel to ensure that they receive critical benefits awarded to them, such as the fire personnel and police? My cabinet, together with the SG, have had different meetings with the union on a number of ambulance-related matters. One of the key concerns is the benefits for staff. In the most recent meeting between myself, my cabinet, the Secretary General, the union, and the staff, it was indicated that monies are currently on the 2025 budget to hire a legal consultant to draft a proposal. In our last meeting in May, parties agreed to continue these discussions in a subsequent meeting. Final question by MP Otley. The cannabis legislation is listed in the governing program. What is the current status of this process? Can a timeline be provided? This matter is also relevant to the national budget, as the legislation of cannabis has been projected to generate revenue for St. Maarten. Has the work begun with the legislation trajectory? Yes, the cannabis legislation is in the governing program. The company that was selected to draft the legislation mentioned during a work group meeting on April 4, 2025, that the legislative draft was 100% complete and ready for review by the Legal Affairs. However, to date, the full legislation draft has not yet been presented to the Ministry of VSA nor to the Council of Ministers. Those were all the questions for MP Otley. I will now proceed to the questions posed by MP York. In January, the MP gave the minister a list of revenue-generating ideas. What has the minister done since then as it pertains to revenue generation? Which projects will be implemented moving forward to generate revenues? The ministry, in particular the Department of Labor, is diligently working on the legislation to increase labor permit fees. A draft should be ready by the end of 2025 to be submitted to the SER. The ministry has also initiated the process to draft and update VSA inspectorate legislation, enabling the inspectorate to carry out their duties more effectively and bring additional funds to the coffers of the government. Given its complexity, this legislative process will follow a longer trajectory and is expected to take more time to finalize. Has the minister read the Saha? And what budget implications will this have for the budget moving forward? Yes, I have read the Saha. As a member of parliament sitting here, Saha was one of the topics that I also participated in. Since sitting as a minister as well, prior to being a minister, I also attended a session that was organized by the former minister of VSA at the University of St. Maarten. In addition to that, since being a minister, I have participated in 2 meetings together with the SER when it comes to the Saha. So so the question is, have I read the Saha? I've read the Saha. I have not memorized all the articles. I'm not a lawyer. I've not memorized all the articles, but I have gone through the Saha, the draft legislation. Yes. Okay. That's the last one. Okay. Saha does not have any direct implications on the 2025 budget that is currently being handled in Parliament. Has the Prime Minister made any provision with NRPB in order for the Minister of VSA to have a direct line of communication with them when it pertains to the Mental Health Institute project? This question was already answered earlier, and I indicated that as well. With regard to the final question by MP York, what are the numbers as it pertains to the endometriosis? I probably pronounced that wrong. PCOS and fibroid on the island? And what provisions will the new hospital have for these? This information or statistics on the as it pertains to the requested diseases is at this moment not readily available at the ministry. To ensure accuracy, this information will be requested from the St. Maarten Medical Center and relevant medical specialists who manage and monitor such conditions. Once the information is obtained, a response can be provided. With regard to the new hospital, the planning does include consideration for provision of a comprehensive gynecological service, which 1, will address the diagnosis, 2, treatment, and 3, management of these and other women's health conditions. Those were all the questions for MP York. The following questions are questions posed by the Honorable MP Irion. What are the total amounts of travel of the Cabinet and the Minister? As it relates to VSA, since coming into office in November, my Cabinet and I have not traveled. Considering the skeleton budget of 2025, Considering the skeleton budget of 2025, I am making any and all efforts to cut travel costs to be able to use these funds for other projects through 2025 budget amendment that directly impact our vulnerable groups. The following travels were scheduled for my person since taking office: a regional labor conference that was held in Guyana. There was a possibility to attend this meeting online, and I chose to do that. The current ongoing ILO conference that is held in Geneva. A work travel to participate in the 68th session of the Commission of the Status of Women held in New York, So the third also travel that I did not participate in was the 68th session of the Commission of the Status of Women, which was held in New York, to which the honorable member of plenipotentiary attended instead of my person, so therefore that did not come out of my budget for VSA. Following question for MP Irion. What are the total amount of consultants per cabinet and ministry and the budget post amount per and the total value of these contracts? The cabinet of VSA does not have any budget for third party. I have through the budget post of law and other professional advice, one contract for legal support on a retainer basis for an amount of 129,600 guilders per year. From this same budget post, a number of assignments have been paid to different consultants or businesses on a task basis. This is not based on a retainer fee contract. Those were all the questions posed to VSA from the Honorable Member Irion. The following questions was posed by the Honorable MP Jansen Webster. When will the general health insurance be implemented? What is the new proposal start date, and how was this date determined? Was the Secretary General of VSA the one who advised a start date in 2026 or 2027? Did the department head advise the minister, or is the postponement based on the minister's own assessment or that of his cabinet? The Saha. The Saha will be implemented once the legal process has been finalized with an approval from the Parliament of St. Maarten. If this legislation is approved by law, it will go into effect a full year after being approved in January. For example, if the Saha is approved this year, we will go into effect January 2027 and not January 2026. This start date is based on the time SZV needs to prepare for the implementation once the law is approved, which is approximately 6 to 8 months. Additionally, implementation must take place at the beginning of the calendar year. So to answer the question, the Member of Parliament, to answer the question the Member of Parliament posed, the start date is not based on the advice from the SG, the Department of Public Health, my cabinet, nor my own assessment, but based on the timeline required by SZV to prepare for the implementation of the law. Those were the answers to the question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament. I will now continue with the question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Roseberg. When will the next information session regarding the help desk be held for the community of St. Maarten? We are currently preparing information sessions on labor laws to deliver in Spanish. Once the schedule aligns with the lawyer who has agreed to provide this session, we will inform the public accordingly. Next to this, the following information sessions will take place. On June 30th, regarding small claims provided by Ms. Van Heens. On September 29th, regarding immigration procedures provided by Mr. Ashton Richardson. On October 27th, regarding conflict mediation provided by Ms. Bartels. Following question. A motion on mental health was passed with a 6-month implementation period. Where do we currently stand in that process? This answer is also in response to question number 2 by MP Westcott Williams. At the 6-month mark, the draft policy, also known as a start notitie, was finalized and submitted to the ministers for approval in accordance to what was agreed upon during the adoption of the motion. Those were all the questions for MP Roseberg. I will now continue by answering the questions posed by MP Westcott Williams. May I receive an update on the response given during the first round of 2025 budget discussions, particularly those where it was stated that information was still pending? From MP Westcott Williams, based on the answers provided during the initial budget meeting, 1, I will provide Parliament with a white paper on cannabis once capable. Yeah, okay, sorry. Sorry for the wording, it's actually supposed to be once available. We have agreed as ministers to come together and present a single white paper. I have already conducted my research, and I trust the same applies to my fellow ministers. We will convey shortly to proceed to produce a consensus-based document with the relevant supported material. Once finalized, it will be presented to the Honourable Member of Parliament. From other MPs, what is the Minister's plan, short-term, mid-term, long-term, to address the unemployment rate on St. Maarten, namely the unemployment rate amongst genders? The short-term focus has been on raising awareness on labour rights through labour symposium and several information sessions conducted in collaboration with the Department of Labour Affairs and Social Services and the Help Desk. The Department of Community Development, Humanitarian Affairs has been implementing programs aimed at addressing these issues in the medium and long term. As with last year, the Women's Sewing Workshop is being held again. And due to this success, a new group is currently participating in the program.
Minister Brugge, if you would just allow me, as you are responding to my questions regarding any outstanding or to be reported on matters raised in the handling of the first budget 2025. There were several issues, and in my introduction, I indicated that due to the short time that the ministers had in office at that time, a lot of matters were said to be forthcoming. So specifically where it regards my questions still resulting from that meeting, what I have done after my question generally yesterday, I have summarized for me the issues from those meetings that require an update. I don't know if your ministry has received that, because then you can zoom in on the specific answers that I want an update on. So I would suggest to you, because apparently you're starting to go over those answers from everybody. No, that was not my intention, at least not for me.
Okay.
What I would like you to respond to are the questions, and I have highlighted those, and I look to our secretariat to ensure that the minister gets those, because I have summarized what is outstanding. Just as a note, some of them, such as the Cannabis project for one, you are responding to them, or you have, but I would ask you that you review my summarized questions to be updated, and then you can respond to them more effectively. Okay,
no problem. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Madam Chairlady, for that clarity. What we will do is we will look into the matter, and then we will try to address it if we return, or provide it to you in writing if that's possible. Okay. With that said, I will also continue with the following question then. Question 2 was already answered. Question 3, what is the current status of the reparation law through SZV aimed at providing medical coverage to sole proprietors, taxi drivers, bus drivers, and similar groups? As stated in the previous meeting, progress on the reparation law has been temporarily delayed. The last time I was in Parliament, I stated that a legislative draftman was being they was busy trying to see if they can find a legislative draftman, because the person that was dealing with it initially, there was a situation of a conflict of interest. However, since then, it was informed to me that SZV has recently hired a new legislative draftman, and they're busy in discussion with the individual to see how they can proceed, and also later down during the course of the week, or probably next week, I will receive an update on when they expect this to end, to have a deadline for it so that I can present to Parliament. Sorry? A timeline. Thanks. Following question by MP Westcott Williams. In January, the Member of Parliament was assured that the result of the STEP survey would be available and analyzed by February. This data was requested in relation to the labor market, specifically employment, unemployment, work permits, and related areas. Can this information now be shared? The Ministry has indeed received the initial results of STEP's survey from PAHO. While the raw data is available and can be provided to Parliament, it is currently being translated because the way that it was provided to the Ministry, it is not really, it's in layman terms, not in layman terms. So therefore, we are busy translating it to make it more easier for everyone to read and understand. Okay, apparently that appears to be the last question that was posed from MP Westcott, and that is also the last question. That MP Westcott was also the last MP to pose questions to the VSA Minister. I now await any points of clarification or additional questions from the members of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Brugge, and I recognize that several members of Parliament are already asking to speak in response to your ministry's answers. However, I think you posed a question regarding my questions to me and the answers to be provided. In the meantime, the summarized and specific questions that I have posed and want an update on has been forwarded to your ministry, and those answers can be included in your reporting answers, because the answers that you just read, they need to be part of your report, your official report. So those that you will now receive summarized from me can be part of that reporting in writing to the answers. So I have some other, or one or two other clarifications, but I will allow the members of Parliament who want the floor following your presentation to make use of that opportunity. And I start with MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister and your support staff and the viewing public. Minister, you mentioned, my question regarding travel was very specific because you mentioned all the different travels, but my question was very simple. Travel budget, travel expenses, if you went over the travel expenses, by how much, and where did you take the money from to cover these costs? So if you had to amend, that was very specific, not all the travels and didn't travel, etc. Regarding the legal budget post, you mentioned you have a legal staff of 129,000 guilders. But then in addition to that, you mentioned right after that, you mentioned that that same budget post is being used to pay other businesses and persons. So are you then using that to pay other legal persons and businesses? Because it's a legal budget post. So is it only being used to make legal payments or advice and so forth? Because you also mentioned that you don't have a consultancy budget post, and I'm pretty sure we had that in the past. So I don't know if you don't have a line item anymore or you don't have budget for consultants. You mentioned a white paper in response to a question posed by MP Westcott. And you said, once it's available, it'll be shared with Parliament. So my question now is, who's executing this white paper? Because you also mentioned other ministers to be involved. So is it the whole council of ministers, or is it specific ministers? Is there a cost involved? Does every ministry have to participate? And more importantly, is there a single advice? So was the advice made, all right, and approved by the council of ministers for this white paper, or just a suggestion? Because again, we can't be doing all this ad hoc stuff. No. So is there an advice made, approved by the council of ministers that says, hey, we are going to operate in this manner? Because that is the basis of you being able to execute. So I'm really hoping that that's the case. And if this advice exists, when was it approved in the council of ministers? When was it approved in the council of ministers? While this white paper is being executed, what happens now with the consultations or the consultants, their trajectory on that project? Because that's already happening right now, right? So there's already a consultant on the island doing research and executing and so forth. Did you then, or did the government put that on halt? So is that on pause while we wait on this white paper? So there's already an assignment, there's already a trajectory going, and now a white paper is coming up. And what is the expectation of this white paper? Because you already have a contract out already, you already have work being executed. So when you do this white paper, what then? So if the white paper says, no, we're not ready for cannabis, are you going to then stop the consultations? Are you going to stop the project? So what is the goal of this white paper? Has the ministry done any controls on, first of all, I'd like to update on the progress of the hospital, on the medical center. Has the ministry done any controls on the staffing, employment, the working of the individuals at FinSO? So we looking for money. SZV has put up a large portion of money to be able to finance this project, but it'll be very concerning to me if now the same entity isn't paying their SZV premiums. So I want to confirm, has the ministry done any control to ensure that we have all legally operating persons, entities at the site of FinSO? And I'd like a confirmation on this. Even for the subcontractors, again, we put money up, the least you could do is pay your premiums, I would say, right, in taxes. Has SZV asked for any increase in OZAIR payments? How much? And has any payment been made? If not, why not? And if the plan is to pay, when? The issue regarding the taxi drivers. Currently, because this discussion, I know I've had a discussion with the former minister, so MP Omar Ali, and we didn't finalize it, but things that we discussed, all right? Currently, there are taxi drivers that do have medical coverage. So why are we having to reinvent the wheel? Two things can happen at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive, all right? There are taxi drivers right now that have insurance. Why? Because they set up a foundation. The foundation ensures that they cover all the costs, and they ensure that the agreements are kept. So let's do this. That's the discussion we had. We decided, MP Otley and myself decided, listen, while we work on this legislation, or while we're working on the big picture Saha, in the meantime, we want to ensure that our people have coverage. So why can't we just continue the same thing? Create another foundation, put them under it, and ensure the same agreements that were made for the other taxi drivers we do. I don't get why we just can't follow this trajectory. Like, these are simple things that we discussed in the past that could have been done in a month. The model is there, and otherwise, currently, then now we're forcing discrimination, because now we're saying we're not going to cover these ones because we're waiting on the big law, but you are allowing the other taxi drivers to have the insurance the same way. So in the meantime, can we get that done? I'll await those answers, and then I have a couple of other follow-up questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next MP up to address the matter is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the Minister and his support staff and the viewing public. Minister, in listening to your answers, I must admit I don't know where to start, but let's start at the answer given about revenue generating ideas. It was a conversation that we had both on in Parliament and outside of Parliament. And I must say, I asked a very open question, giving you the floor to elaborate as much as you, the Minister would have wanted, through you, Madam Chair. But after 6-7 months in office, for the only thing to be named or to be increasing labor fees, I find that a bit disappointing. Prior to the budget debate, the minister was in Parliament speaking about the Mental Health Institute and mental health in general. And then the minister listed a couple dozen projects that he would like to execute in the coming year. Minister, you need money for that, right? And I don't see how, with the current revenues that government generates, how money will be allocated to the ministry in order to do this. In other words, through you, Madam Chair, the minister would have to find his own means or contribute more towards the coffers. And to hear that only increasing labor fees, I think that's underwhelming after a period in office. I would like to give the minister additional idea to think on and refer back to the other ones that I gave him in January. Minister, currently your inspection department is working rounding up a process on being able to find stores once controllers go to the store and, for example, see, expired goods on the shelf. Right now, there's currently nothing there that gives the controller any powers to fine, levy a fine on the establishment. So that's in the rounding up process. I would have expected you to mention this, but what I would like the minister to look into, the fine that would be levied, will it be per infraction or per item? Per infraction or per item. So basically, if I'm a controller, I go to an establishment, I realize that the seasonings, there are 20 seasonings on the shelf that are expired. Will the fine that I will be allowed to levy be a singular fine for the infraction or for the amount of items on the shelf? Moving on. Thank you. Moving on about the communication with the NRPB as it pertains to the Mental Health Institute and the construction of it. I understand that the minister had a nice kumbaya moment with the NRPB, but he is still not in possession of the master schedule. The master schedule, I explained, Minister, in a prior meeting, you have static and you have dynamic. The only thing that I got out of your answer is the NRPB saying we have a dynamic schedule and that is prone to change, and you will get it after it changes. But even that one is prone to change, so why can't you get it now? Why does the minister is still not in possession of the master schedule? Why am I saying this? Because at the end of the day, we asked the minister in a prior debate, a prior meeting, Minister, what all is going to be in the Mental Health Institute? And the minister named off. We even asked a couple questions, and the minister said, yes, this is going to be in it, this is going to be in the design. But to only find out today that the preliminary meetings for the design were only held this week. So if the design isn't, a draft design isn't even readily available, how can the minister answer the questions that Parliament posed a couple of weeks ago pertaining to the amenities for the Mental Health Institute? I understand that the minister can have a list of things that will be handed over, items that we handed over to the architects, like this has to be in it, but to give a definite answer on yes or no, and there's no preliminary design, I think we're running behind time where that is concerned. Going back on the labor issues, the minister said, mentioned to you, Madam Chair, that members of the public, citizens and residents of the public can file a complaint in the event of any labor issues and can escalate it in a court case, et cetera, et cetera. And out of all ministers, this is the last minister I would expect to say the following too, because I know the minister is very hands-on. But I believe, Minister, as it pertains to these labor issues, you are hearing the public, but you are not listening to the public. I say that for the following. At the beginning of your term, there were one or two complaints that came up where, in communication, the minister even shared, MP, there are labor gaps. I expected 6 months later that the minister would be able to come back and say, this is what we plan to do with these labor gaps. Instead, I get a generic answer saying, hey, come in, make a complaint. In the event of any issues, we will help them take it to court, et cetera, et cetera. But when in speaking with people with these labor issues, and you explain the process as currently stipulated, the first thing they do is they look at me and they say, MP, who is there to represent us, right? And simply referring them to the judge, that is not the answer. So what is the ministry doing moving forward to address these labor gaps? I know the minister was very hands-on with the particular labor case that I'm referring to, but I would like to know what did the minister do to follow up and to make sure that processes like that eventually can be solved? I know it's not an overnight thing. I didn't expect the minister to come today with an answer like, hey, MP, this is what we're doing, this is the holy grail answer, but I don't feel that anything is on the way to fix these issues. So can the minister elaborate on that? And lastly, yesterday when I posed the question, a couple of people were shocked, but when I posed it for a particular reason, and when I got the answer from the minister, it kind of confirmed why I felt I had to ask the question. I asked for the prevalence numbers on fibroids, PCOS, and endometriosis. And you know, to hear that those numbers aren't readily available, I question how serious, I can't even say the ministry, but let's just say St. Maarten, takes these issues. Because the prevalence, if just to shoot out a couple numbers, fibroids is 20 to 80% of women by the age of 50. Endometriosis globally is 10%. PCOS ranges between 6 and 27% of women. And if you know anyone with these issues, it's very painful, right? So to hear that an entire hospital is being constructed and these issues have not even been a conversation. The minister didn't say that, but the numbers not being readily available means that if there was a conversation, by now those numbers would have been available, right? So that is the conclusion I'm pulling from what the minister said. The minister didn't say it himself. But to see that these numbers aren't readily available, I don't think that the priority is there. And if the priority is there, minister, you can correct me. But the prevalence in these illnesses, it's not a, you know, in speaking with a well-known doctor this week, the doctor told me, MP, these illnesses are similar to a common cold nowadays, right, with a smile. Right? And at the end of the day, if that is the reaction that we get from our medical professionals, I question, well, I'm not surprised why a lot of women feel they need to fly out to get these things tended to and not go to the hospital for it, right? So I would like to know, what are the concrete plans of the ministry, or what does the ministry have as plans in addressing these issues with the medical center? Just to say it, I'm not saying the medical center does not address these issues, but the general feeling out there when I ask women and when I see it for myself, also in my own family, they quicker go to Santo or they'll go to the friend side before they go to the medical center, right? And I think they do that because they feel elsewhere they'll be helped better or it'll be taken more serious than in their own country. So to repeat the question again, Minister, what are you going to do about this? And with that, I'll reserve my questions for a later date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York, for your contribution. I continue and I give the floor now to MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. MP Jansen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I just have a clarification, not even on a question that I asked, but on another question from one of my colleagues. The minister answered about his cost-saving measures. He mentioned that he saved $100,000 on travel by not attending the ILO conference. So it's not clear. I'm not certain what the minister means, and that's why I'm asking the clarification, because I was wondering, this $100,000, is it that the ministers before him used $100,000 more? Or is it that he was going to use $100,000? I think so. To clarify that, if the minister can let us know in 2023 and 2024, when it was not an option to not go to ILO because St. Maarten was called before the tribunal, so we had to go. So in 2023, how much was the cost, and how big was the delegation? And how many days did the delegation stay in 2023 and also in 2024? when the former minister, which was myself, attended ILO, how many days, how many people, and how much was the cost? Because I'm trying to see what's the 100,000 that was saved, because I champion saving money and savings and efficiency in government all the time. So I want to congratulate the minister on that, but just give us these numbers so that we can understand better. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, MP Jansen Webster. The next MP to speak is MP Omar Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister, his support staff, my colleagues, the viewing and listening public. Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of VSA, when I listen to the answers presented, it reminds me of the saying, if you can't convince them, confuse them. And I really feel that is what is happening. Simple questions. What is the amount of XYZ? We go to Spain and back and not given the amount. Madam Chair, I asked a question on the plans for SZV, and the minister stated a list of things that are in the pipeline or in progress, I would rather say, to save SZV. And the minister made mention, or find it prudent to make mention, that SZV has been sounding the alarm for years. And yes, SZV has been sounding the alarm for years, and I also sat in the seat over there. But the beautiful thing about it, through you, Madam Chair, is that 90% of the stuff that the minister listed was during my tenure. I have heard zero during the minister's tenure that is new to save SZV. And if I am lying, let's look at dates. 90% of the stuff listed by the minister was stated before the alarm was raised recently again, where SZV stated last year they were estimated to lose 19, and this year in the upwards of 20-something million. It's a big hole that we have to fill. It's not going to be filled overnight. But if I ask a question as a member of parliament, and you find it prudent to say the alarm has not been rang recently but before, then I would like to know, what are you doing now, through you, Madam Chair, during your tenure? A lot of us take things for granted, Madam Chair. SZV, if SZV collapses, the country in turn collapses. Over 70-something% of the country is dependent on SZV, and even more now, since we have raised the limit. We scream, we kick about Enya with 3,000 plus policyholders. What will happen with tens of thousands collapse? No medical coverage. Let us take SZV very serious, Madam Chair. I asked about the SER and the Saha, Artley Care, whatever it may be called. And the minister said that the SER will provide meetings with them to go ahead further and better discuss. Better discuss what? Better discuss what? The SER is to provide their advice. When the SER provides their advice, then you make another report and decide whether or not, through you, Madam Chair, you're going to take up this advice or what you're going to take and what you're not going to take. Because from experience, we have seen that the SER say go left, and then when they reach the Council of Advice say go to right. So to spend your entire moment trying to please one organization that is supposed to advise you, through you, Madam Chair, whereby you take what advice is prudent to you and available and move forward, where the other advisory bodies, like Yezetin and Council of Advice, will then advise you further. It's prudent, as the V is dependent on it, unless, Madam Chair, through you, the urgency is no longer there. Because when I was sitting over there, I was called, especially by your person, the most pertaining to Saha. And everyone in the ministry, yeah, by you, the most. And then the ministry was a top priority. We need to do it ASAP, immediately. And the urgency doesn't seem to be there anymore. My colleague, the former minister, asked the question, when will it be implemented? The answer was stated it will be implemented a year after Parliament approves. No timeline, When I was there, I had to give timelines. So what is the projected timeline then? Since you cannot know, what is the projected timeline through you, Madam Chair? Let me help with that question. Health levy. Health levy is the holy grail, the Hail Mary of this government that they're depending on, that we are depending on. It was established and came to fruition really and truly with MP Rolando Bryson. He received some critical advice. And I said, this health levy is too good to go to waste. Let us use our resources and see what we can do. And in a meeting with the CFT also said we would give approval for such because it would help SZV. The essence of this law is to assist SZV. You cannot have the outside world pay directly to SZV. So the government then said we would agree whereby a portion will be paid to help alleviate the strain of SZV. Government of St. Maarten owes SZV hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. And something that was done during our tenure was with discussions with the former Minister of Finance to raise the OZR fee, and we did. Not once, but twice. So we're asking, and I see that the minister asked, is that also a plan for this government? Madam Chair, the health levy is extremely important, and I hope that the minister can take onus of it because it belongs to not only the country, but specifically the Ministry of VSA, Finance, and Justice. To hear the minister say it falls under finance is alarming because the essence of the law that was presented, the essence of it, was to help to save SZV. So then it goes to my follow-up question. Have you read the law? Is the essence of the law changed? And I see the minister shake his head that it has not changed. So then, minister, own it and ensure that you save SZV. Madam Chair, something that bothers me is this master plan. When I was also there, we had to fight. We had to fight to ensure that money is allocated for mental health projects. And there was a meeting with Mr. Whitaker, if that's his name, if I'm pronouncing it correct, from the steering committee, a meeting with Marcel Gums from the steering committee, whereby I had to basically plead as to why we would need money, because certain aspects of our country measures would have to be cut. And after this meeting, they not only provided what we needed, they provided more. So this mental health project is extremely important. And then the person after me, the minister, secured the 14.4 million. And today, something as simple as a master plan, the minister is giving an elaborate story on his meeting with NRPB and what he feels, and what you feel may be correct, Minister, through you, Madam Chair. But the country doesn't have the time to wait. When you can go down the hall to your colleague, your party leader, your prime minister, and simply request a master plan. Because out of everything that you stated today, you put your foot down, you went to the meeting, you're still not in possession of a master plan. So I urge you, put your pride aside for the country of St. Maarten, for mental health. Find your way to the Prime Minister's office and let him put that request. In the meantime, because the last meeting we had with you, through you, Madam Chair, was 2 weeks ago. And I would have said different if you had waived the master plan today, but you still don't have it. Put your pride aside, go to your honorable leader of your party, your honorable leader of the Council of Ministers, and request it. And I hope that this can be done, Madam Chair, through you, before the public meeting. Else, it will have to go in a different direction. SZV 1B. This would allow sole proprietors, I would like not only taxi drivers and bus drivers, sole proprietors. I am a proponent of entrepreneurship. And if you're a Dutch citizen, one thing you are blessed with, you have the ability to open a business under yourself. You become a business. But yet they are not able to be insured. This has been left right there on the desk. This legislation has went through the SED, has went through the executive way, has went through Council of Advice. Another report is to be presented. What can be taken up, what cannot be taken up. Let me paint something in perspective for the public of St. Maarten. Our seniors are rejected from insurance once you reach pension age. Rejected on a government level. It's sent to SZV, and SZV does it on a humanitarian basis. Illegally, but on a humanitarian basis. As our seniors in this country will not be insured. So we can jump and say, yeah, it was there during your tenure. And I stated, yes, it was during my tenure. That's why I can say where the law is, because during my tenure, we worked on it. And just so happened that by the time we got the Council of Advice, it was time for me to depart. But again, this was also one of the meetings that I was called for over and over and over. So has the urgency changed through you, Madam Chair? And I don't think something of this urgent magnitude would change. And by SZV providing this humanitarian-based service every year during the audits, because it is not legally feasible, it's negative. Something as simple in this SZV 1B, legally, we are only supposed to be referred to Curacao. Something as simple, we are trying to put SZV on the right track. During, again, our tenure, they received not one, not two, but 3 unqualified audit reports, showing improvement in the status of SZV. So I'm sounding the alarm. Again, I'm being very poised and as calm as I can be. But it won't be for too long, through you, Madam Chair, because the people of St. Maarten are on the brink of a healthcare crisis. Take it serious, through you, Madam Chair. Take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz, who is not in the hall at this very moment, and I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just 2 quick updates. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister for an update on SZV in terms of the CEO positions. So where are we with that? I believe the director is leaving in October. So where are we with that? How many candidates? Where are we in that process? And regarding OZR, because I heard some things by the former speaker, the Minister of Finance indicated that for the first quarter, if you look at the actuals versus the budget amount, that we've made almost, I think, 20 plus more million guilders than estimated. So have you gone to the Ministry of Finance to get the funds that you need to be able to supplement automate payments that are owed to SZV in the backlogs and so forth? Because if we have, like I said previously, if we have this extra money, I can't imagine why we are having all these backlogs in terms of payments. It just doesn't add up. I also understood that this government, this administration, is working on the civil servants' contributions. One of the reasons we have a backlog in terms of payments is because of I think it's like 10% of the civil servants' contributions that does not come from government side. So I understood that this government is working on that. So can I get an update on that between the Ministry of VSA, because you are in charge of SZV directly, all right? And the Ministry of AZ, are you working on, is it true then that you guys, the Tertiary, Madam Chair, that the ministers are working on finalizing the civil servants' contributions in terms of OZR? And then also, one of the things that we were finalizing, there are a couple of things that we were working on actually. I mean, MP Otley and myself, a lot of them have been thrown out, was the SZV maintenance plan. So SZV was going to maintain the building, etc. There was a plan, a contract. I have it still. Understood that the Ministry of VSA threw that out. one of those ministries for sure. So again, you are in charge of SZV. So when the Ministry of General Affairs makes a decision that affects SZV, that means it also affects you. So you cannot be left out of these discussions. So the SZV maintenance plan for the building, were you updated on this, on the plan that SZV had? So I'll ask you to confirm with SZV if they had such a plan, if they submitted a plan to government, which they did to us, and what has happened with that plan, and were you ever updated on that plan? Then there's also a loan that SZV has, where they pay at the very least a minimum of 60,000 guilders a year on interest. So unnecessarily, so we are in the process of being able to finalize that loan. We had a plan for that loan, to remove that loan, because we said, hey, we are able to use that money ourselves. So basically, there were ways that we were going to have SZV take the money out, and then government just pays a little bit more extra on the monthly payments. But at least then we would not have to pay the 60,000 dollars actually every year. So can you get confirmation from SZV about this loan that exists? And have you had any discussions with the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of AZ on plans on being able to eliminate the interest rate? And you can also confirm with SZV if there were any plans on recommendations that we were working on to be able to eliminate this loan. That'll be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. The next speaker on the topic is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, I don't think I missed the question, but because I thought that my communication was clear before, where I sent a couple discussions concerning labor and people being dismissed without following the proper procedure. While I'm sitting here, I received a message, so I went outside to take the call, that this is still not solved. It is not clear to a lot of employers that when one wants to dismiss an employee, the procedures that need to be followed. Holding back the last payment while instigating hate and frustration by an employer to the other employees doesn't sit right with me at all. This person already went and filed a complaint and was told within 3 weeks. But in the meantime, this person needs to pay their rent, they need to eat, they need to feed their kids. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, please come out with a publication letting employers know this is not the way it is and how it should go. I know that there are fines, but also sending someone that doesn't have the means, telling them you have to fight it in court. The question is, are there any resources to be able to do so? I just had someone on the phone literally crying. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, please find a way of getting these things in order, because people are suffering. And they are afraid to open their mouths because they're saying nothing is going to happen, or my boss will know everything I told you guys. Please. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I now give the floor to MP Waver, it seems, from my MP Waver. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister, support staff, and those viewing via whichever medium. I'll be very brief. Minister, I just want to thank you for your presentation and for being here today. I just wanted to make Just a remark, seeing that, first of all, I'm seeing on the post of the Daily Herald that they had a groundbreaking for the MHF. So that's a good sign, seeing that it's moving forward with the design. Although I do have a fundamental issue when I read the article, for the same fact that I know agreements were made from beforehand with the NRPB, the World Bank, and all that stuff, but are we really telling our local people that we don't have a local architect that could have qualified to design this building? I'm seeing a pattern here happening too often that I'm getting very concerned. It's like we are only good to be a subcontractor to these major projects, you know? And I mentioned it earlier as well to you or before, that I'm happy to hear that you went to NRPB, you put your foot down, and you make certain, I guess, moves and discussions to get things done. But let's be clear into how we want to set the direction, because we cannot, as government, allow NRPB or the World Bank to determine certain things as well. You know, because when we have discussions with NRPB, or when I speak to NRPB, you're hearing it's not NRPB, it's the government. You understand? So let's take control of that narrative as well, you know, and not have them say, no, but it's government that wanted this, and so forth. Yeah, so that's my only fundamental concern I have when I read these articles, although I'm very happy to hear that there's progress finally with the Mental Health Foundation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Waver. We now have MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you, Minister, for the responses provided thus far. When I read the same article that my colleague Waver referred to, one of my biggest concerns was that I didn't see the minister in it. So I don't know if that you were busy, but I was quite, concerned for that point as well. But what is more, and my colleague called it alarming and noticing a trend, and the trend has been happening since, I would say, the inception of the NRPB. It's not new. I went through the struggle for 4 years back and forth with similar discussions. We see that there's a trend where only large developers get through. We had to shake the tree a bit. Then you saw local companies getting involved, which are also big, but at least they were local. And now, since we left office, they are phased out completely, because we had a whole panel of them in front of us a couple months ago, having brought forward their concerns and not being able to even qualify for bids anymore. So you set the standard so high that nobody here can qualify for it. And then we see job fairs where these companies that some of them won bids, never been to St. Maarten, never did a walkthrough, won a bid, and now looking for local expertise to work, not even subcontract. So for me, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, I would like to know what is the plan of approach. I know that you said you ruffled some feathers, but I would like to know now what are the results of that ruffling, because I continue to see the same trend. I saw a colleague in here, MP Kotai, had a whole meeting with some contractors that were expressing their concern as well. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Labour, what are we doing to safeguard our local product? It cannot be that after the Netherlands Antilles inception in 1955 or around that time, we transfer now to our separate status. All these large developments were done by local contractors and local companies. The harbor, the airport, you name it. The government building, go on and on and on. So all of a sudden, we as St. Maarten people forget how to draw, we forget how to build, we forget how to engineer. It cannot be. It cannot be. So I really would like some clarity on that point, and I would like to commend my colleague for bringing that up as well. Through you, Madam Chair, I have some other questions that I would like to bring forward. This was a letter that was submitted to the Minister a couple of weeks ago by myself and MP La Cruz regarding food safety and so forth, but I just want to bring these questions up and hopefully to get some answers in the budget so that we can move forward as well. And I'll start right into the questions. Through you, Madam Chair, should St. Maarten ban harmful additives that are banned in the EU, for example, certain potassium, bromate, titanium, and dioxide? And can the Minister see the need for the importance of this in terms of banning? Through you, Madam Chair, should a negative list of food additives be established officially in St. Maarten? How can clear multilingual ingredient labeling be and warnings be mandated so that it is clear for the consumer what is in it, because sometimes you see the food products come in all kind of different languages. Anyone can sell and buy what they want. And how are we now as a country, via the Ministry of Health, going to look out to safeguard what we let our people consume, or at least have enough warning so that they know what they are consuming? Should a cancer registry and food safety surveillance system be established? How can public awareness about additive risk be increased? What penalties should be applied for non-compliance, so non-compliance of persons that resell products that can be banned? How can packaging be ensured to be safe and non-misleading? Should pre-market approval of food products be required via the Ministry of Health? How can data sharing with international health bodies improve? Should additives with credible health risks be banned under the precautionary principle? How can synthetic dyes be effectively regulated and phased out? What resources are needed to proactively safeguard the food safety enforcement? We have observed the sale of high sugar products in school, on the school premises, during school hours. What measures are being implemented to prohibit the sale of such items or even control the amount that is being distributed? Madam Chair, I didn't go into the whole body of the text because I didn't want to take up too much of my few minutes that I have left, but I hope that the responses can be given so that we can move forward with this legislation when it comes to protecting our health care and, most importantly, protecting what our people consume. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran. Minister, before I allow you the time to caucus on when you would be able to return to answer these questions, let me just briefly add to some of the matters that I raised and to which you have given answer, and a follow-up to those. This issue of a white paper on the approach to cannabis legislation could, and one of my colleagues asked it as well, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but could we really receive some intention behind having a white paper while all the other parts are moving in this context? I was taken aback by the answer regarding the coverage for sole proprietors, taxi drivers, bus drivers, vendors, etc. My understanding, and this is another issue that for years, and the previous minister, now MP Utley, is correct in stating that I have been asking about this matter, and the more the Saha is being pushed forward, the more urgent it becomes to deal with this matter. So I was taken aback to hear that it hasn't even been drafted, when according to me, information that I received over the course of time was that it was drafted and at the Council of Advice. I'm not talking Saha, I am talking reparation to SZV legislation. So what is this issue now about? Is that the one that needs to be drafted and was delayed because of a draftsman? So if you can please explain that. And I too have submitted in writing to the ministry ways that, in my opinion, which opinion has not been contradicted, this matter can be dealt with in the meantime. And another disappointment was to hear where we stand with the results of the STEPS survey. Correct me if I am wrong to assume that the STEPS survey is an international instrument, definitely regional as far as PAHO is concerned, but even the WHO, it's a recognized instrument. And reports coming from that are, as far as I have been able to see, standard reports with clear outcomes. alcohol use, tobacco use, and the outcomes based on the survey. So to hear that what has been collected with the assistance for the survey by PAHO, that now needs to be, and the word was used, translated into more layman's terms, then I would really like to understand what is meant with that. So did we not receive the outcome for alcohol use? Is that clothed in some kind of a scientific term? What is the understanding that the information collected from households, nota bene, that suddenly now that is a whole scientific type of a analysis? It's a question. And to know that that there is a NCD policy, that basically the recommendations in that policy were put off in order to await the STEPS results. And now we're hearing that, but those results now need to be kind of, I don't want to use, no, don't let me use the word on the tip of my tongue, but that information now need to be, let me use the word, kind of dissected. Is that what I'm understanding it to be? I'm asking. I really don't get the answer given on why the information regarding living and health and whatever else have you that a STEP survey is supposed to provide, why now that after a delay in having the survey done, now we're hearing that information cannot be, it's to be dissected, for the lack of a better word. So, Minister, if those three particular issues can be expounded on by your ministry, I would be grateful. So, Minister, thank you. You have several questions and explanations to give, and I am now going to adjourn. Minister, you want to make a comment? Please, let me allow you to do so. You may. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comments from all the members of Parliament. Allow me just to respond to several comments that were made from the member of Parliament. Is that possible? Just for quick response?
You definitely may. You definitely may.
So for the response pertaining to, that was posed to me by Honourable Member Jansen Webster, with regard to the 100,000, based on when we were supposed to go, actually I was supposed to be at the ILO conference now, and government would have to pay the fees for the employers union, the employee union, and also government representation, based on the accumulated ticket costs, hotel costs, and all additional costs that comes with that travel. It came up to 100,000. And I took the responsible decision, because it's not mandatory to travel. In the past, yes, it was mandatory because we was on a particular list. So I understand the previous ministers traveling, but because it was not mandatory now, I chose the option not to travel, so that any funds at all can be used for alternative means within the ministry for our vulnerable groups. That is very important for people to understand. And with the information, the other information pertaining to 2023, 2024, I have no problem providing that at a later date. With regard to MP Otley's remark pertaining to over 90% of the things I've mentioned in my response, I would like to say the following, that I stood here on that side of the aisle and I stated it, and I came on this side and I stated it again, that any project or anything that is good for country St. Maarten, whether it comes from the majority in government or the minority, it has my support. And according to me, government is continuation as well. So therefore, I have continued, and the urgency is there. So I don't want the public to leave this meeting thinking that Minister Brugge is not the health issue or things that are important for St. Maarten that I'm not taking. Yes, 6 months. You stated it correctly, MP York. 6 months I've been here. So I don't have all the solutions. I can't present all of them, no, but I'm working on them. Give me the time to allow me to work on them. And again, I stated as well in one of my previous meetings that I am open to have dialogue with every single member of Parliament outside of camera. Some members of parliament took me up on this offer, where we sat down and we deliberated and they gave me ideas and we know how to move forward together as a government. No minority, no majority. Some members of parliament chose, for their own personal reasons, I give respect to that, not to participate. But today, I am asked certain questions and making it seem as if Minister Bruch is not doing a good job. As if Minister Bruch doesn't see the importance of certain things with regard to our labor market, with regard to the mental health, with regard to so much things that that's going on within the community. I've been here for 7 months. I'm doing the best that I can with the tools that I have. To respond to MP York with regard to the revenue generating ideas. In my answers, maybe it wasn't clear, but yes, I did address it. The issue with regard to raising the fees for the work permits, that is something that's not 1, 2, 3. Honestly, when I sat there, there's certain things that I said as well, but when I'm here on this side, I see there's a difference. There's a whole trajectory of things that have to happen that actually now we are still busy with. With regard to the, maybe I misunderstood you then. But with regard to the, sorry, through you, Madam Chair Lady. With regard to the idea of the inspectorate, yes, I agree that we are in process of, through the TWO project, I also said that in my answer, that we are in process of addressing the issues with regard to the inspectorate, giving them the tools that they need in order for them to actually carry out the services that they have to provide when it comes to protecting the people of St. Maarten, but also ensuring that those that break the law are fined or are punished accordingly. So those are the ones that have come to the top of my head that I wanted to answer at the moment. Or with regard to the steps, Madam Chair Lady, I have no problem, and I stated it as well, I have no problem with providing Parliament with the feedback that was given as is, just to provide clarity. And with regard to the Bay 1, it is also important for the people of St. Maarten to understand, at no point in time did I put this on a shelf to collect dust. It is definitely important for me, especially seeing the trajectory when it comes to the Saha, how long it's taken, that we have decided that the Bay 1 is also a priority for me as well. However, it is the NADA report that has to be made, and for that reason, we need a draftman as well in order to ensure that another report is made so that we can continue with implementation of the Bay 1. So the sole proprietors, bus drivers, taxi drivers, my family are sole proprietors. My father is one of those persons that over the years, he himself could insure his employees, but he himself could never, ever be insured under SZV. So I know the struggles of those individuals out there in St. Maarten. With regard to the, what was the next one? Oh, yes. Yes, thank you very much. And with regard to the delay as well for the Bay 1 as well, the pool of legal draftmen is extremely limited. It's one of those that is very difficult, profession that is very difficult to get on the island at the moment. Madam Chair Lady, I'll end it here, and I will actually, I'll actually wait and see if there's any further clarification, but the answers that I have not presented based on the comments made from the members of Parliament, I will come back to address them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those clarifications, as well as the fact that you will come back to answer because there are really some questions that have not been answered. And so with the Secretariat and the Secretariat of Com, we'll see where in the further process that you will come back for the few questions outstanding. I do see that I have 2 MPs who wish to add something before we allow the Minister to take leave from this meeting. So I give the floor to MP Janssen to start with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that the minister will bring back the numbers that I requested. I know he said he'll come back later. I'm hoping that later means when he brings the rest of the answers, that he also brings back the answers to the question that I had about the cost of the travel, how many people and how many days, because I don't want the public perception to be that former ministers, although it was mandatory that we traveled, elaborately for 100,000, because I am sure that my travel was not 100,000, especially since I went economy as well to Geneva. I just want it to be clear. So thank you.
MP Jansen for that clarification. I now give the floor briefly before we break for lunch to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. In listening to what the minister just said, I'm glad he got some things off his chest, but I would like to correct and clarify one or two things that the minister stated incorrectly about my person and what I said. At no point did I tell the minister that the labor fees, implementation of the labor fees are going too slow. I merely stated that the same way the minister, I'll give an example, the same way the minister came in a prior meeting and gave us a list of projects that are going to cost money, that will take time to also be implemented, to be executed. I would also like to see a list of things that will make money. That is what I'm asking the minister for, and not pushing the minister to implement something that's going to take time to implement. The same way I get a list of things that's going to cost money, let me see a list of things that's going to make money from your ministry, Minister. And that would be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. With those additional notifications, Minister, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I am actually going to now adjourn this meeting for lunch. We will adjourn until 3:15, 3:15. And then this particular break is for lunch, and there are definitely ministers who are ready to come back at 3:15. And so that opportunity will be afforded to the ministers. You will receive, of course, an update as to which minister will be present at 3:15. I want to thank the Minister of VSA and his support staff for their presence here at this point. Look forward to caucusing with the minister about his return to answer the other questions. Meeting adjourned until 3:15 p.m. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Melissa Gums of ECYS and her support staff of Parliament, good afternoon all, and welcome back to the continuation of this meeting, this Central Committee meeting of Parliament, handling the second draft National Budget 2025. We are at the stage where ministers are returning to Parliament to respond, in some cases, to the additional questions posed by members of Parliament. And this is the case for the Minister of ECYS, as she now will provide Parliament with the answers to questions posed after her initial set of answers. Minister Melissa Gums, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon again. To dive right into the answers, we have a question from MP Waver. Can the Minister adopt the same approach for the hair discrimination to discuss with the school boards the application of the change as of this school year, as is done regarding children who turn 4? In anticipation of both amendments, through you, Madam Chair Lady, related to hair discrimination and the compulsory education age being taken up in the draft Education Supervision Ordinance, which we are aiming to have before Parliament in Q3 2025, both subjects will be discussed with school boards to ensure compliance at the start of the upcoming school year. A question from MP Jansen Webster regarding a meeting to take place with my colleague ministers regarding vaping. Once budget handling has concluded, the aim is to have this joint meeting during the summer months, as the intention is to combine this and several other interministerial discussions into 1 to 2 meetings for efficiency's sake. Once concluded, the way forward will then be presented to the COM and subsequently shared with Parliament. MP La Vega alluded to school fights being down, asked what has contributed to that. I just want to clarify, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the statement that school fights are down was made by one of the MP's colleagues. The Ministry currently has no data to verify this statement. It is important to note that while some incidents may appear to decrease, it may also be that they are going unreported, unrecorded, and unposted. That being said, the Ministry continues to take proactive steps to improve safety and accountability across the education system. The recent installation of surveillance cameras on school buses is one such measure. Not only should it serve as a deterrent for inappropriate behavior, but it will also ensure that incidents are properly recorded and addressed. These efforts reflect a broader commitment to student safety, transparency, and creating an environment that reduces the likelihood for incidents to escalate unnoticed. From MP York, in the Minister's answers regarding PWAS, Prince William Alexander, the Minister said that the outcome of the report was shared with all relevant stakeholders. He would like to know if the Minister considers Parliament a stakeholder. Certainly, Madam Chair Lady, Parliament is a stakeholder. And please allow me to a moment to correct just one point. During my response, I indicated that a synopsis of the non-HR related findings and recommendations were shared with stakeholders. This was done verbally. The written report itself has not been shared due to the sensitivity of some of its content. I will, however, ensure that a written synopsis of the report, excluding confidential HR information, is provided to Parliament. From MP La Cruz. He sent his letter directly to the Minister, so he would like my feedback today. I commend the MP on the initiative proposed in his letter. However, the Ministry does not currently have funding available for this initiative. However, I do find it a good initiative to build district pride, and I would be open to identifying public-private partnerships that would see it become a reality, similarly to what I've done with the Dame Ruby Butte National Short Story Contest. So I'm interested to explore those possibilities, and I welcome any further guidance the MP may have on those possibilities in private sector. Questions from MP Westcott Williams. The MP requests that the recommendations pertaining to vaping, what are the estimated costs associated with the proposed measures, and has a specific budget been allocated? As Minister, Madam Chair Lady, I will request our committee member to prioritize this with her colleagues. I will also request an estimated cost to be added where possible to the proposed action plan, and can provide this update to the MP and Parliament upon receipt of it myself. The MP stated that she had requested that each minister provide responses to the matters raised during the initial budget discussions that required follow-up. And if I could verify whether all questions directed to MECIs had been adequately addressed. After verifying the questions that were asked during the handling of the budget in December 2024, I would like to confirm that all questions directed to this ministry were addressed. These included funds for dance institutions, the National Cultural Parade, and exploring additional MOUs with higher education institutions. If necessary, these answers can be resubmitted to Parliament. And MP further expanded on the study financing list and if consideration could be given to areas related to the orange economy. And is it possible for government to reclassify certain fields currently listed under the regular scholarship program and include them in the talent scholarship category? As stated previously, pending the approval of the ministerial regulation to establish the Council of Education and Labor, the Raad van Onderwijs en Arbeid, it is my intention to convene sessions between the Department of Education, Department of Labor, the Division of Study Financing, as well as representatives from key sectors in our economic market to then begin a review of what specifically the market needs and then facilitate that overhaul of the priority list. The orange economy or creative economy includes industries driven by culture, creativity, and innovation such as media, design, visual and performing arts, fashion, and cultural heritage. I would like to bring to the MP's attention that in the last approved 2025 study financing priority list, several related fields have already been included, such as graphic and visual designer, media and entertainment management, culture and heritage management, theater and festival arts, music, journalism, arts and crafts, tailoring, and mixology. These areas currently fall under the regular study financing program. However, under the study financing regulations, the Minister of Education, Youth, Culture and Sport also currently has the discretion to award 5 talent scholarships annually towards art, music, and sport. The MP had asked about classifying them from regular scholarship and included in the talent scholarship. The talent scholarship category, to my understanding and belief, doesn't allow for a sort of expansive study that the MP is referring to, in particular when we look at culture and heritage management, etc. It is more of a one-off type of funding for specific pursuits and specific project pursuits. So that is why we're not currently looking to move them from under the regular scholarship program and into the talent scholarship category. Moving on to questions from MP Duran, requested that a list of the school boards when meetings are had regarding attendance of foyer roles so that it can be clear in terms of their sentiments. We will share that requested information with the MP accordingly. The MP asked for additional motivation on no budget being available to increase the budget for the BOP. As stated in my response regarding a proposed increase in the BOP budget post, there is no space within the ministry's budget for said increase at this time. Increasing the budget for the BOP would mean decreasing the budget elsewhere, which would require extensive internal discussion and tough decisions to be made. So as I stated in my original answer, we will be looking at alternative funding options for initiatives such as this. And with regards to violence, MP Duran and MP Irion asked, what is my view regarding adults in position of leadership and their actions as it relates to violence? And through you, Madam Chair Lady, I want to thank both MPs for the question and the opportunity to provide my opinion on the issue of leadership and personal accountability in public office. As party leader, of course, I have taken note of the video currently circulating on social media referencing an incident that occurred on April 8, 2025. I wish to make it publicly known that as a party, we will allow the relevant authorities to conduct a full investigation to determine exactly what transpired on the aforementioned date. Having said that, I understand how troubling it can be to see someone in leadership involved in a physical or verbal altercation, especially when we consistently encourage young people to resolve conflict without violence. As both minister and party leader, I want to make it clear that I take this matter very seriously. I remain committed to promoting nonviolence, accountability, and responsible conduct by our young people, as well as ourselves as adults, and particularly those of us in leadership positions. The individual involved is indeed a valued and trusted member of my party whom I have a great deal of respect for. I know his commitment to serving the people, and I also know that, like all of us, he's human. He's taken personal responsibility for his actions and understands the impact they can have, not just on public perception, but on the example we set for our youth. That accountability is something I value and expect from every member of my party, in front of and behind cameras. Beyond this, I'm a firm believer in allowing persons to speak for themselves, so I leave any further comment for the MP to provide his own statement upon his return to the floor. As I said, I remain committed to the principle that violence is never the solution. And I also remain committed to growth, accountability, and supporting those who are willing to learn from their mistakes and do better, whether they are students or seasoned leaders. We cannot indeed ask the public to hold trust in our leadership if we're not prepared to hold ourselves to the highest standards of conduct. And again, that goes beyond what happens on camera and in public view. True leadership, Madam Chair Lady, isn't about perfection. It has always been about saying no when saying yes is easy, and it will always be about being able to take responsibility and being open to accountability and growing from our missteps. And with that, Madam Chair, I believe I've answered all the questions posed to me by the MPs, and I remain open for further discussion. Thank you.
Minister Gums, thank you for those additional answers provided to questions by the members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, before I round off the session with the Minister of ECYS, I will give members of Parliament the opportunity to, again, briefly react to something that the Minister might need to clarify or a brief additional comment. So at this time, that is what we will be doing, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for the responses. I do have one concern with one of the responses with regards to the report that my colleague MP York requested. If I understood the Minister correctly, a summary will be created to be provided because it's confidential. I do respect confidentiality to the fullest extreme, especially when it comes to human resource matters, but Madam Chair, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Anything a minister can see, the Parliament, who's a controlling body, can see as well. So if there's anything with personal information, that can always be redacted. Having sat in a seat for 5 years, I know that we'd have to redact things, but to create a summary based on a report, I think that that would can influence the message that is coming out, and I don't think that that should be the way. So, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, and you can also chime in based on your expertise and experience. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. And we continue with the Member of Parliament, Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answers. Regarding the vocational training school, can you clarify if the school has an official status as a secondary school, and is it a trade school, is it a behavioral school, is it a special needs school? And if it doesn't, what is the current trajectory to be able to establish this official status for the school? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Iran. We continue. MP Lewis has the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport and her support staff. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues here in Parliament. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing public of St. Maarten. Minister, I'm sorry I missed the session this morning. Sometimes when you have health issues, we just have to deal with it, and that comes first. However, with regard to my question, which I asked about the investigation with PWAS, I made myself very clear, and an investigation is an investigation, whether it's internal or not. But certain things that happens in an investigation can also lead into a criminal investigation. And if there is a question about misconduct or even abuse against a student or students in a school by a leader, when I ask a question here in Parliament, most times I know the answers. And we here hold ministers accountable and not the other way around. Hence, I also will chime in with my colleague, MP Duran. We don't want no synopsis of how anything is going to be drawn up. If a decision was made by you, Minister, we, the people, because we here represent the people in this country, have the rights to ask you for an honest answer, be it open door or closed door. When it comes to the St. Maarten people going to be put out of a job, and I'm going to see the decision of the minister, when you say an investigation was going to be done, then all parties are supposed to know what happened, verbal or non-verbal. If somebody is going to lose a job or their contract is not going to be renewed and they're a young individual in this country, I need to know the reason behind of it. Because it stemmed from an investigation, and a document that I have read, I didn't see anything about the relevant investigation that was noted. Again, I will ask you, Minister, please provide necessary information, because there ain't nothing confidential about it when I could read in an article that the minister gave a detailed insight on the investigation, and when you speak to the relevant stakeholders or the individuals involved, they themselves were not contacted by the minister and had any discussions with them pertaining to what took place at PUAS. With that said, Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. The next MP to speak is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the Minister and support staff and viewing public. Just to chime back in on something what MP Duran just said, what is for the eyes of the Minister should also be for the eyes of Parliament. And if the Minister is open to submitting the report, a redacted report, confidentially to Parliament, I wouldn't have no issues with that. But to get a summary that at that point is second or third hand information, and oftentimes the message can be lost in that, I would prefer to get the original report redacted if need be, but as confidentially to Parliament. So if the Minister is open to that, I'll take that version over a synopsis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. Minister, these are some additional comments and or questions that have come to you, and I look to see if you are able right away or in the next couple of minutes to address the questions that came. Do you need a few minutes adjournment? Okay, we will adjourn for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And we continue. We had a brief adjournment for the Minister to prepare for responding to a few outstanding questions, and the Minister will do so now. Minister Melissa Gums of ECYS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. To answer MP Duran, Lewis, and York regarding the report from Prince William Alexander, I have no issues providing a redacted report under confidential rules. That was the intention, so we will provide that to Parliament. And regarding MP Irian's question about SMVTS, there has been a pending plan for the official clarification of what SMVTS is. However, I think no decision has been taken since that plan was first presented in 2018. Currently, SMVTS is operating under an AGO curriculum, arbeidsgericht onderwijs. So internally, we are having that discussion now in my term to decide on a way forward for vocational training school and how it will continue to exist in our education ecosystem. And I will share that with Parliament when a decision has been taken after reviewing that original plan. And I think that was all I had in terms of clarification questions. So thank you to the MPs.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, indeed, those were the remaining, or actually additional questions members of Parliament brought forward. And thus, I want to thank you, Minister, and your support staff for the information provided. Look forward to having the written answers as part of the reporting of this Central Committee meeting. And I will adjourn this meeting. Members of Parliament, we're going to adjourn until 5 p.m. That is when the next minister is available to answer. We will start with the Prime Minister at 5 p.m. and hopefully a few others, followed by the Minister of Finance, and maybe some others, the Minister of Justice, to be represented by the Minister of Finance, and hopefully we can also have the Minister of Vromi with us here today. So with that explanation, this meeting is adjourned until 5 p.m. And again, our thanks to the ministers who have appeared thus far, members of Parliament, and all tuned into this meeting. Meeting adjourned.